You squint into the scorching sun, sand scratching your lips, the wind tugging at your clothes like it wants to keep you. There's no shade, no road, just dunes as far as you can see, rolling, golden, endless. The heat blurs the horizon, and your boots sink deeper into the dust with every step. Now picture this same place 2,500 years ago. Only back then it wasn't quiet. No, back then it thundered. 50,000 soldiers, horses, camels, caravans packed with supplies, all marching through the Egyptian desert like they owned it. Bronze armor gleaming, banners snapping in the wind. This was Cambyses II's army, the pride of the Persian Empire. You would have heard them long before you saw them. Metal clanking, hooves pounding, men chanting war songs, confident, ready. And then, nothing. Not a single soul came back. No bones, no weapons. No, we took a wrong turn at that cursed rock story. An entire army just vanished. Gone. Like a mirage, swallowed it. You probably won't survive this story, because this isn't just about one army disappearing. It's about how the world keeps leaving behind secrets. Glacial lakes filled with bones. Symbols carved into the earth so massive no one could even see them until humans figured out how to fly. And the more we look, the less we understand. That's the fun part. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. And hey, drop your location and local time in the comments. I want to know how far this little mystery travels. Now turn off the lights. Maybe turn on the fan for some soothing noise. And let's get started on tonight's journey together. You open your eyes and find yourself not in the desert, but in the throne room of one of the most powerful empires the ancient world had ever seen. Tall stone columns stretch upward like petrified trees, their tops lost in shadow. The air smells of burning incense and polished bronze. You stand in the capital of Persia in the presence of a man history would both admire and question. Cambyses II, the ambitious son of Cyrus the Great. Now being born, the heir of one of history's most powerful rulers is either a blessing or a cosmic prank, depending on how you look at it. Cyrus the Great had built an empire that stretched from modern-day Turkey to Pakistan, a span so vast it made local mail delivery a logistical nightmare. But to Cambyses, inheriting this enormous patchwork of languages, gods and grudges wasn't enough. Nah, he wanted more, and he had Egypt in his crosshairs. At this point in time, Egypt had already been around for longer than Rome, Greece, and even the word history had existed. Its pyramids were ancient, even to Cambyses. The Nile flowed through centuries of tradition, its waters nourishing a people who considered themselves the most civilized folks on the planet. So naturally, Cambyses decided to kick down the front door, and he wasn't subtle about it either. In 525 BC, he assembled his army, probably while sipping fermented goat's milk, and saying something like, "Let's go decorate the Nile with Persian flags." The Egyptians, brave as they were, didn't stand a chance against the relentless Persian military machine. Their chariots clashed against trained cavalry, their bronze met Persian steel, and before long, Cambyses marched triumphantly into the land of pharaohs. He crowned himself pharaoh. That's right. Cambyses, a foreigner, took the title reserved for sons of gods. Imagine someone from halfway across the world suddenly claiming to be your divine king. The Egyptians weren't exactly thrilled. He might have had the army, the throne, and the crown, but what he didn't have was the sacred approval of the land itself. You see, Egypt wasn't just ruled by strength, it was ruled by symbols, rituals, divine authority. And in the far reaches of its western desert sat one such symbol of immense power, the Oracle of Amun at Siwa Oasis. Now, this wasn't your average shrine. The Oracle of Amun was like the Yelp review system of the ancient world. Kings would trek hundreds of miles into the desert just to get a prophecy. Alexander the Great would later stop there to ask if he was, a literal god. Apparently, the answer was yes, which tells you something about customer service back then. To Cambyses, the oracle was a double-edged sword. If it declared him the rightful ruler, he'd be untouchable. But if it said otherwise, the already skeptical Egyptians would have a divine excuse to reject him. So what do you do if you're a foreign king in a land where divine prophecy can destabilize your rule? You send an army, 50,000 of your best soldiers. The desert will try to stop them, but you're not worried. You've got Egyptian guides, supplies, confidence, a little overconfidence maybe. But hey, you've got momentum. And who needs luck when you've got bronze armor and camels? That was the plan. Cambyses would stay behind, keeping Egypt in check. His commander's men, handpicked for their experience and loyalty, would march to Siwa, take the oracle, and return with Egypt's last spiritual stronghold in Persian hands. You can almost see the long procession beginning. Rows of soldiers in dark red cloaks, helmets polished to a mirror shine, horses pulling supply carts, camels loaded with water skins, grain, and probably some emergency wine. The banners flap lazily in the wind, the sound of boots crushing sand in perfect unison. Behind them stretches the desert. Ahead of them, the unknown. And just like that, they vanish. There's no cinematic moment, no last message scrawled in desperation, no final stand memorialized in song. They were there, and then they weren't. 50,000 people, experienced warriors, professional commanders, trusted guides, gone. Not a single soul ever returned. Not a single messenger brought word. It's not just strange, it's impossible. And yet, that's exactly what the records tell us. For centuries, historians have scratched their heads over this. Armies don't just disappear, they leave behind trails, bones, helmets, broken wheels, something. Even a pack of wild donkeys would leave more forensic evidence than this ghost army. And yet the desert remained silent. So Cambyses waits. Days stretch into weeks. Still nothing. No signal fires on the horizon. No scouts. No runners. Just the unbroken silence of the desert. The same land that had given him Egypt now swallowed his best soldiers whole. Imagine the panic in the royal court. Whispers, blame, desperate prayers. Did the guides turn traitor? Did the oracle strike them down? Did they simply get lost in the labyrinth of dunes and die of thirst beneath the sun? Maybe all of those things. Or maybe something stranger. The mystery became legend. And the legend became a scar across history's face, an open question that refuses to heal. What happened out there? What force, natural or unnatural, could erase 50,000 humans from the planet without leaving behind so much as a dent in the sand? You might think, well, maybe they just got lost and wandered off a cliff. Sure, that's cute. Except there are no cliffs. Okay, you say maybe wild animals dragged them off. 50,000 people with armor, weapons, camels. That'd be one heck of a dinner party for the local jackal population. The truth is, we don't know. And what's worse, we've never even come close. But don't worry, we're just getting started. You turn your gaze toward the shimmering horizon. following the imagined footsteps of a force that once rattled the earth and now exists only as rumor. The army of Cambyses, Sanctun, $50,000 strong, had disappeared into the desert as if the gods themselves had erased them with a sigh. But rewind just a bit, and you'd see the makings of a confident campaign that on paper should have succeeded. It wasn't a ragtag band of conscripts. These were battle-hardened Persian veterans, men who had fought in the highlands of Media, crossed rivers in Mesopotamia, and crushed resistance in the valleys of the Nile. This army knew how to march. They knew how to fight. And they definitely knew how not to die in the sand, at least that's what everyone thought. You watch as Cambyses Singin assembles this force likely in Memphis, the beating heart of Egypt. The city is bustling with markets, temple processions, and uneasy Egyptian nobles side-eyeing their new overlord. But the focus isn't on politics today. It's on the West, on the Oracle of Amun, on Siwa Oasis. To reach Siwa, you have to cross one of the harshest environments on Earth, the Libyan desert. It's not just a place where things die. It's a place where things vanish. No landmarks, no water, just dunes and mirages and heat so dry your sweat evaporates before it even has time to complain. Cambyses wasn't stupid. He knew this. That's why he handpicked his best men. Not just soldiers, but engineers, scouts, water haulers, camel handlers, blacksmiths, cooks. You don't move an army without a lot of support. He even hired local Egyptian guides, men who knew the desert like the back of their sunburned hands. It was a well-planned expedition, not a Hail Mithra gamble. And yet, as the army stepped westward into the sand, their silhouettes became smaller and smaller against the horizon. First, the banners disappear, then the glint of metal, then the sound of hooves, and then nothing. The sun rises and sets over their trail. Days pass, then weeks. Back in Memphis, Cambyses paces. Surely they'll send a messenger, a scout, a falcon, a prayer, but no word comes. So, what could have happened? Let's play this out. Option 1, they got lost. Even with guides, the desert is no joke. The Libyan desert isn't just a sandbox. It's a heat-soaked maze with zero margin for error. One wrong turn, one missed water source, and your entire operation collapses. Without landmarks, even experienced guides can become disoriented. And if your supply line breaks, game over. But would 50,000 trained troops all just walk in the wrong direction and die? Option 2, betrayal. Those Egyptian guides, maybe they weren't as loyal as Cambyses assumed. Maybe they led the army into desolation on purpose. A quiet rebellion, a centuries later revenge. Lead the foreigners in circles until the last water skin is dry, then slip away under cover of night back to their villages. And when the Persians realize they've been duped, it's already too late. It would be poetic justice death, not by sword, but by silence. Option 3, nature throws a tantrum, a massive sandstorm. The kind that roars across the horizon like a living wall. Ancient historian Herodotus suggested this, though he was writing decades later based on hearsay and campfire retellings. Still imagine it. You're standing in the dunes, adjusting your saddle when the sky darkens. A sound like thunder, but dry, gritty, growing louder. Then the world disappears in a haze of sand. You can't breathe. You can't see. Your men are screaming. Camels bolt. Horses rear. You fall to your knees. Armor filling with dust. And then nothing. A storm that large could bury men in seconds. Weapons. Bones. Everything. But here's the thing. Wouldn't time eventually reveal them? A shifting dune. a collapsed wadi, a fragment of bronze, or a bit of textile. Archaeologists have found single arrowheads from battles fought thousands of years ago. But from this, nothing. Option 4, the unknown. And yes, we have to entertain it. Maybe something else happened. Something not in the playbook. A rogue tribe ambush, a sinkhole, an earthquake, divine intervention. I mean, we're dealing with an oracle here. If you're superstitious, and let's be honest, the ancients were practically professionals at superstition, then messing with a holy site without an invitation is like walking into a lion's den wearing barbecue sauce. You imagine Cambyses growing increasingly frantic. His commanders are gone, his army swallowed, his authority shaken. Maybe he even sends a second group to investigate, and they vanish too. No record confirms this, but who knows how many desperate attempts he made to find them. The Oracle of Amun remained untouched, still whispering its cryptic messages to those who came humbly and respectfully. Cambyses. He never made it there. Maybe he was afraid. Maybe he got distracted by rebellion back in Persia. Or maybe deep down, he knew he'd lost something far more than soldiers. He'd lost control. You wonder if he ever stood at the edge of that desert, looking westward, imagining their last moments. Did they scream? Did they panic? Did they curse his name? Or did they march until the sand won? Years turned into decades. The desert kept its secret. And even now, after millennia, no one has cracked the code. Search parties have combed the area for centuries. Scholars, adventurers, treasure hunters with Indiana Jones fantasies, all looking for a sign, a helmet, a button, a single rib bone, and every single one of them comes back with the same answer: silence. 50,000 people. It's not just a military mystery, it's a human one. These were sons, fathers, brothers. They laughed, they sang, they carried fears in their hearts and dust in their mouths. And then they became nothing more than a question mark. Maybe that's why we're still so obsessed. Because it feels impossible. Because it shouldn't happen. Because we want answers. Or maybe because deep down, a part of us fears the same thing, that one day we'll walk into the world certain and proud and vanish too. Forgotten, erased. Just one more ghost in history's sandstorm. You're sitting by the campfire now, in your imagination anyway. The stars above the desert blink lazily, too distant to care about your tiny questions. And across from you sits a man with a beard that's somehow always in motion. Herodotus, the father of history. Or depending on your opinion, the father of dramatic storytelling. Herodotus lived about 75 years after Cambyses' mysterious disaster, and he loved a good tale. He was the kind of historian who, if someone told him a goat gave birth to a two-headed god in a thunderstorm, would write it down with a flourish and maybe throw in a chorus line of priests for good measure. Still, his work remains one of our most valuable sources for ancient events. He traveled widely, asked endless questions, and recorded not just facts, but feelings. So when Herodotus writes that the army of Cambyses was swallowed whole by a sandstorm, he means a real violent apocalyptic wall of dust, so vast it blotted out the sun. He describes it like a wave crashing over the desert, drowning soldiers, not in water, but in grit. Sand filling their mouths, their lungs, their armor. Horses panicking, camels screaming. And then silence. It's a terrifying image, and weirdly cinematic. You can almost hear the wind roar. Picture 50,000 people frozen mid-step, buried in a single monstrous gust. But here's the awkward part, that's literally all we have. No eyewitnesses, No physical proof. Just Herodotus doing his best to piece together an event based on whispers, merchant gossip, and maybe a bored temple scribe who got a little too creative. And yet it's the version that stuck. Why? Because it's neat. It's final. And it explains everything in a single dramatic sentence. The desert devoured them. But science isn't so easily satisfied. Let's talk sandstorms. The Libyan desert, where Cambyses' army disappeared, is part of the Sahara. And yes, it can absolutely throw tantrums. The Great Sand Sea alone covers about 72,000 square kilometers full of dunes that shift like moods during family holidays. Winds can rise suddenly and blast sand at hurricane speeds, tearing skin, clogging eyes, and stripping the flesh from bones over time. But could a sandstorm actually bury 50,000 men deep enough that not even a belt buckle survived? It's not out of the question some modern desert storms have dumped enough sand to bury vehicles or even entire homes. But burying an entire army so effectively that not a single item has resurfaced in 2.5 millennia, that takes more than wind. That takes either a freak of nature or an act of something we don't understand yet. So we look again at Herodotus. Some modern scholars believe he heard bits and pieces of multiple desert tragedies and rolled them into one blockbuster event. Others think he genuinely believed the sandstorm story. Maybe his source was convincing, or maybe he just liked the drama. And let's be fair, he's not the only historian to lean into spectacle. If Netflix existed in the 5th century BC, Herodotus would have had a whole miniseries called Secrets of the Sand Persia's Lost Army, and you'd binge it in one night. Still, despite its melodrama, the sandstorm theory holds enough weight that many historians still cite it as the most plausible explanation. Not because it's proven, but because it explains the total erasure without invoking aliens or wormholes or some ancient death god with a vendetta against well-organized infantry. But some scientists and explorers aren't content with just a story. They want bones, metal, a single button. So they've gone digging. Enter the 1990s. Two Italian archaeologists, Angelo and Alfredo Castiglione, yes brothers, and yes very Indiana Jones core, decide to go looking for the lost army. They follow ancient caravan routes, consult historical maps, and head into the western desert with cameras, ground-penetrating gear, and hope. Near Siwa Oasis, they find something: fragments of weapons, human bones, even jewelry that screams Persian fashion, 6th century BC. The buzz is immediate. Newspapers light up. National Geographic raises an eyebrow. Could this be it? Did the Castiglione brothers crack the code? The world holds its breath. Then, disappointment. Radiocarbon dating reveals the bones aren't Persian. They're Roman from hundreds of years later. The jewelry, also not as old as hoped. The site, though fascinating, belongs to a completely different chapter of history. It's like thinking you've uncovered the Titanic, and instead it's a very elegant sunken yacht from the 1800s, back to square one. Still, the search doesn't stop. As technology advances, so do the methods. Archaeologists begin using satellite imagery to scan the desert from space, hoping to detect unusual patterns, disturbed terrain, unusual mounds, traces of metal under the sand. Ground-penetrating radar comes into play. Even thermal imaging is considered to spot buried materials that heat up or cool down at different rates. But the desert keeps its secrets. Multiple expeditions, some funded by governments, others by universities or wealthy enthusiasts, return with the same results. Lots of sand, no army. It's starting to feel personal. By now, some researchers begin wondering if we've been looking in the wrong place. entirely. Maybe the route to Siwa they took was different. Maybe Herodotus or some other ancient source got the destination wrong. Maybe we've spent the last few decades combing the wrong corner of a very large sandbox. Or maybe there's something out there we're still not ready to find. There's a reason this story refuses to die. It's not just because of the numbers. It's because of the scale of the disappearance. One man gets lost in the desert. That's sad. 50,000. That's impossible. That's mythological. It's the kind of thing you whisper to your kids when the wind howls outside their tent. Don't wander too far, you say, or you'll end up like Cambyses' army. And so the story persists, a blend of history, hearsay, and haunting silence. Somewhere out in the dunes, maybe a few feet beneath your feet, if you're unlucky enough to be camping in the right spot, there might still be a helmet, a sword, a footprint frozen in sand that hasn't moved in 2,500 years. And maybe someday someone will find it. Or maybe the desert wins this one forever. You wake up to the sound of dry wind scraping across sand, that endless whisper the desert never stops humming. The Persian army is still gone. The sun is still merciless, and Herodotus is probably somewhere off stage, theatrically sipping pomegranate wine and jotting down more mysteries. But you're not quite ready to let go of the sandstorm theory just yet. After all, it's the only historical account we've got. Even if it feels like the kind of story your grandpa tells at Thanksgiving that gets more dramatic every year. First, it was a sandstorm. Then it was sand demons. Then it was a portal to the underworld, probably. Still, Herodotus's version stuck for a reason. There's something in it that satisfies a primal fear, being buried alive, forgotten, overwritten by time. The desert becomes a character in the story, not just a place, but a predator. And that brings us to the big question: if not the storm, then what? You shift gears from history into archaeology, boots on the ground, science pickaxes, scanners, and the kind of patient optimism that only desert archaeologists seem to possess. Picture them: wide hats, sun-chapped faces, drinking warm water from dented canteens, all in pursuit of a ghost army. One of the biggest modern pushes came in 2009. A joint expedition led by famed Egyptian archaeologist Zahi Hawass. Yes, the guy who seems to be in every documentary wearing a blue shirt and pointing at things was funded by National Geographic to finally crack the mystery of Cambyses' missing soldiers. This was no casual afternoon stroll. The team brought satellite data, ground-penetrating radar, historical maps, and logistical support that would make a small nation jealous. Their target, the Great Sand Sea, an enormous stretch of desert between Siwa Oasis and the Nile Valley, marked by dunes as tall as buildings and landscapes so empty they echo your thoughts back at you. They mapped, they scanned, they walked transects across hundreds of miles, kicking at the sand like hopeful kids searching for buried treasure. And again, nothing. Not a helmet, not a bridle, not a single arrowhead. It's one thing to say an army disappeared. It's another to say they disappeared and took all their stuff with them. You don't just lose 50,000 people. You also lose their sandals, their tents, their cooking pots. You lose the evidence of their existence. So now archaeologists are torn between two deeply unsatisfying ideas. Either the army went somewhere we haven't looked yet, or something happened that erased them more completely than anyone can explain. Now sit tight, because we're about to explore some of the more colorful theories. Let's start with betrayal. You know, classic ancient sabotage. Cambyses hired Egyptian guides to lead the army through the western desert, a good move, if you assume the guides are on your side. But what if they weren't? Let's be real. If your country just got conquered and your new boss is trying to solidify power by trampling over one of your most sacred sites, maybe you don't feel like helping him succeed. Maybe you take his 50,000 troops and march them straight into the most hopeless stretch of sand you know, where the water holes are poisoned or dry and the sun shows no mercy. Maybe you say, "This is the way, great king," and then vanish into the dunes when no one's looking. That's not far-fetched. Ancient history is full of cunning guides leading their enemies into traps. During Alexander the Great's campaigns, some guides reportedly steered his men into ambushes or across dead-end terrain out of spite or survival instinct. Sabotage wasn't just a possibility, it was practically a sport. Then there's the terrain itself: quicksand, collapsing dunes, hidden sinkholes. You might think of deserts as just a lot of flat nothing, but they can be treacherous in bizarre ways. Some parts of the Libyan desert are littered with salt pans, thin crusts of earth that look solid until your camel steps on one and sinks like a bag of hammers. Entire caravans have vanished this way, leaving behind nothing but confusion and the occasional sun-bleached shoe. Could 50,000 men and animals vanish into unstable terrain? Maybe not all at once, but over a week or two of wandering desperate and lost, falling into soft earth, dying in scattered groups. That starts to sound disturbingly plausible. Then there's another dark possibility: ambush. The desert wasn't empty. Nomadic tribes lived in these regions: Berbers, desert Bedouins, and others who knew every rock and shadow. Maybe they saw Cambyses' army as a threat or an opportunity. Maybe they struck at night in hit-and-run attacks, harassing the columns, stealing supplies, breaking morale. The kind of slow-motion defeat where panic spreads faster than wounds. Again, history offers examples. In 53 BC, Roman general Marcus Crassus marched into Parthian territory and lost tens of thousands of soldiers in a desert ambush near Carrhae. That story, unlike Cambyses, has artifacts, records, even coins. But it proves one thing: powerful armies are not immune to local resistance and geographical miscalculation. But the simplest theory is also the bleakest: they got lost. They lost the path. They lost the water. They lost the will to keep going. The desert is deceptive. It's not just hot or far. It's a psychological maze. One dune looks like the next. One direction feels as wrong as another. And once your supplies start running low, every decision becomes life or death. History tells us that even the best armies can unravel when exposed to nature's indifference. Alexander the Great nearly lost his life, and thousands of men during his own desert crossing after leaving India. Even with careful planning and divine favor, survival wasn't guaranteed. So when Cambyses sent his army into the sand, he may have believed that disciplined steel and strategy would triumph over heat and wind. But deserts don't care about your confidence, and the thing about vanishing is it only needs to happen once. One time. One catastrophic error. One storm. One misstep. And you're not a chapter in a history book anymore. You're a ghost. So we're left with fragments of theories, each one slightly plausible, each one deeply unsatisfying. Maybe they were betrayed. Maybe they were buried. Maybe they were ambushed, scattered, starved, or just wandered until their skeletons sank into the dunes. But maybe, and here's where it gets uncomfortable, maybe they're still out there. Not walking, obviously. That's not that kind of story, but buried just deep enough in just the right place to wait. Until one day, a storm shifts a dune just slightly, A bone peeks out. A helmet glints in the sun. And the story rewrites itself. Until then, the silence continues. The sand holds its secrets. And the Persian army remains one of history's most well-dressed cautionary tales. You brush the sand off your hands, metaphorically at least, and shift your attention to something modern. Gleaming tools, buzzing drones, scientists squinting at computer screens in air-conditioned labs. Because when old-fashioned desert expeditions come up short, it's time to call in the tech wizards. You see, after centuries of failing to find Cambyses' lost army with pickaxes and camels, archaeologists decided to up their game. Enter the digital age satellites. Remote sensing ground, penetrating radar 3D, mapping thermal imaging, all pointed at the same stretch of scorched earth, where 50,000 souls supposedly vanished. The hope that if bones or armor were buried, deep modern tech would spot the anomalies, disturbed sand patterns, unusual soil densities, or metallic signatures lurking below the surface. If you're imagining the opening scene of Jurassic Park, but in the desert, you're not far off. And the poster child for this high-tech search, Zahi Hawass. Now Zahi is the Indiana Jones of Egypt. If Indiana Jones wore tailored blue shirts and hated conspiracy theorists with every fiber of his archaeological being. In 2009, he led an expedition funded by National Geographic, no less, to investigate one of the most promising areas in the western desert, the Great Sand Sea. Now that name doesn't exactly scream hospitality. The Great Sand Sea isn't just a poetic phrase. It's a vast expanse of dunes that look like frozen waves in a storm. Miles and miles of nothing but ridges, wind, and heat hallucinations. Even camels think twice about crossing it. But this was no sightseeing tour. Hawass and his team brought the best tools available: satellite imagery radar scans, topographical overlays, and old-fashioned human determination. They targeted specific areas where historical routes likely crossed, focusing on places where water might have once existed, where armies might have camped, or where dunes looked artificially disturbed. They combed it, sweated over it, waited for the scanners to beep dramatically. And what did they find? Nothing. No bones, no spears, not even a dented boot buckle. It was as if the army had marched into another dimension. At this point, most teams would have packed up and gone home to write a very polite, very boring academic paper titled something like "Absence of Military Artifacts in Hypothesized Campaign Corridor." But not Hawass. He doubled down. "We just haven't found the right area," he insisted, and in fairness, he might be right. The Libyan desert is massive. Its dunes shift constantly. A site that was visible last year might be buried under 6 feet of sand this year. And contrary to popular belief, sand isn't transparent. It hides things really, really well. That said, radar doesn't lie. If a mass of armor bones or weaponry lay buried, you'd expect some kind of blip, a bump, a ripple. But even the best scans came back blank. You could almost hear the desert laughing. Still, archaeologists didn't give up. If anything, they got more creative. One team even used remote thermal imaging, figuring that buried objects might retain or radiate heat differently than natural sand layers. But again, the readouts were clean. No hotspots, no ghost footprints, no X marking the ancient spot. At this point, the mystery had passed from frustrating to weirdly impressive. It's one thing to misplace a ruin or a grave, but an entire army that takes talent. So the question becomes, Are we looking in the wrong place? It's a fair accusation. Our primary source, Herodotus, didn't exactly give GPS coordinates. All we know is the army marched west into the desert, aiming for Siwa Oasis. That leaves a lot of interpretive wiggle room. Even with educated guesses, the exact path could have shifted. Sand routes are like river deltas. They change depending on water, wind, and time. If the army deviated even slightly, all our satellite scans might have been pointed at empty zones, while the real story lies miles to the north or south. There's also the possibility that, sensing danger or logistical trouble, the army split up, scattered into smaller units in search of water or safety. If that happened, any artifacts would be widely dispersed and much harder to detect as a cohesive event. And let's not ignore the elephant or camel in the room scavenging. Deserts aren't exactly bustling metropolises, but they're not uninhabited. Over the centuries, nomadic tribes passed through these regions. If remnants of Cambyses' army ever did surface armor weapons, even bones they might have been taken, recycled, melted down, buried again out of respect or fear. After all, imagine you stumble upon a field of skeletons with Persian helmets. You're not going to set up a gift shop. You're going to either run away, pray, or if you're feeling pragmatic, reuse the materials. So over 2,500 years, it's entirely plausible that anything salvageable was, well, salvaged. But that still leaves a frustrating reality, no conclusive proof. It's why the story endures. Cambyses' army isn't just a historical curiosity, it's a symbol, a metaphor. Proof that even the strongest, most organized human efforts can be utterly undone by the unknown. And in a world addicted to answers, that kind of question mark keeps us up at night. So what do we do when science runs out of tools? When all the data leads nowhere, we theorize, we dream, we write bedtime histories and whisper about vanishing empires, and we wait. Because one day, someone might stumble upon a bone where no bone should be, a coin glinting in the sun, a name scratched into rusted metal, and the mystery will suddenly become a memory. Until then, Cambyses' army remains the greatest disappearing act in military history. 50,000 men, no trace, just the wind, the sand, and a very smug desert. You take a deep breath, and the desert is still there, stretching out like an ancient shrug. It's starting to feel personal. Now, this isn't just some historical anecdote. This is a challenge. The desert dares you to explain how 50,000 people became zero. And every time you think you've cracked it, it just kicks sand in your face. But let's rewind a bit. Because while sandstorms and lost routes make for compelling guesses, there's another theory that slithers through the narrative like a shadow betrayal. Picture this. You're one of Cambyses' commanders, a high-ranking officer in the Persian military, decorated, trusted, respected. You've been assigned to lead a massive force across the desert with the help of local Egyptian guides. Men who know this unforgiving land like you know the calluses on your sword hand. You trust them. You have to. Without them, your path is a mystery. But here's the thing. Egypt wasn't exactly thrilled to have a Persian king on the throne. Sure, Cambyses marched in and declared himself pharaoh, but the Egyptians weren't handing out welcome baskets. Their loyalty was paper thin, and the oracle of Amun. Your objective wasn't just a religious center. It was a symbol of spiritual authority, an oracle that could make or break kings. If that oracle declared Cambyses illegitimate, his conquest would unravel. And maybe, just maybe, those guides felt that. What if they didn't believe Cambyses had the right to rule? What if they saw an opportunity to tip the scales, not through swords, but with silence and sand. All they had to do was lead the army into the wrong stretch of desert, a route with no wells, no shade, no exit. Imagine the army walking day after day, expecting a water source that never comes. The guides mumble something about a shifting dune, about a new path. We're almost there, they say, as lips crack and water skins shrink. One morning, you wake up and realize your last camel died overnight, and your guide's gone. It wouldn't take a sword to destroy an army, just thirst, exhaustion, and a few well-placed lies. This theory, let's call it the Quiet Rebellion, has historical teeth. Betrayal by local guides isn't unheard of. In fact, it was practically a battlefield tradition. During Alexander the Great's campaigns, some of his worst losses came from relying on locals who suddenly forgot where the safe paths were. In the Crusades, European knights were often led into ambushes or dead-end valleys by smiling guides who disappeared the second the terrain got weird. In war, maps are power. And in a place like the Western Desert, maps were human. If the humans had a motive, well, you do the math. And maybe that's why Cambyses never sent another expedition after them. Maybe he suspected what had happened and couldn't risk repeating it. Or maybe after weeks of silence, he simply gave up. Still, betrayal is just one flavor of doom. Let's try another. Nature. Not a storm this time, but something slower, subtler, environmental collapse. See, the Western Desert isn't just dry. It's deceptive. Some regions are riddled with hidden terrain hazards, salt pans covered by a fragile crust, deep pockets of loose sand, even collapsed caves. You could be walking along a seemingly firm path, and then whoosh, you're gone. No splash, no scream, just sand and then silence. If an army of this size wandered into one of these areas, they could have been picked off over time. Not all at once, but gradually. A supply cart collapses into a pit. A squad vanishes after stepping on unstable terrain. Morale frays. Panic spreads. The desert doesn't have to roar to win, it just has to wait. Then there's the idea of hostile tribes. The desert wasn't uninhabited. Nomadic groups, tough, mobile, intimately familiar with the land, moved through the region. If they saw a foreign army invading their territory, they might have responded the way desert people often do, with precision and patience. Imagine being picked off by shadows, silent attacks at night, supply lines cut, water sources poisoned, tensions rising among the soldiers, trust cracking like dry leather. A massive force like Cambyses' army was powerful, yes, but also vulnerable. It moved slowly. It depended on coordination. And in the desert, coordination can crumble fast. Now, let's get a little darker. What if they were ambushed? Not once, but constantly. Not a single battle, but a series of small, unrelenting hits. One group loses their camels. Another group is found dead in their sleep. You start seeing shapes in the dunes. You stop sleeping. You stop trusting. You forget the way back. That kind of warfare, psychological persistent, can unmake even the most disciplined army, especially when there's no one coming to save you. Still, even ambushes usually leave something behind. Scars, remains, weapons, bodies. But with Cambyses' army, we get none of that. So some researchers turn to the simplest, most damning explanation of all human error. You'd think an army of 50,000 could keep track of itself. But history loves irony. What if the army didn't fail because of an enemy or the elements? What if they failed because someone miscalculated, a bad route, an overestimation of water supplies, a misjudged distance between oases? One wrong assumption, and suddenly the entire force is wandering in circles, burning through provisions, animals, dying soldiers, hallucinating under the sun. And the thing about deserts is they don't care if you're royalty or rank and file. When the last drop is gone, everyone dies the same. One by one, they collapse. Some try to walk back, but they're already too far. Some sit down in the sand and wait for the mirage to become real. Some curse the name of the king who sent them here. All of them fade. It's brutal. It's mundane. It's eerily plausible. But no matter which theory you chase, betrayal, ambush, nature mistake, you always hit the same wall. The silence afterward. The complete erasure. The lack of bones. The lack of anything. Which brings us back to the question we keep circling like buzzards. Where are they? Because even the most thorough disaster should have left a breadcrumb trail. A rusted sword, a pottery shard, a skull. Instead, we're left with wind and legend, and maybe that's why the story endures, not because we want answers, but because we hate not having them. We don't know how to sit with an empty page in the history books. We want closure, but the desert gives us none. Just the whispering wind and the occasional cruel reminder even the strongest empires can disappear. Even the loudest armies can be swallowed in silence. And sometimes the only survivor is the mystery. You stare into the sand, but the sand doesn't blink. It just rolls on, indifferent, infinite, and impossibly good at keeping secrets. Every theory you've entertained, the betrayal, the storm, the stumble into oblivion, they all feel possible, and yet they all feel just out of reach. So you ask yourself, is it that we've missed something? Or is there nothing to find? Welcome to the grim art of historical guesswork. Because when physical evidence doesn't show up to the party, all you're left with is the party playlist and a whole lot of dancing around what ifs. And now we wander into yet another set of theories. No betrayal, no divine vengeance, just cold, harsh miscalculation. Let's talk logistics. Moving 50,000 men across a desert is not like taking a hike with your friends. It's a logistical nightmare. You need food, water pack animals, cooks, blacksmiths, medics, carpenters, maybe even someone whose entire job is just shouting, "Keep moving," every half hour. This was a mobile city of warriors, and the desert is not a fan of cities. So what if they simply didn't bring enough supplies? Ancient desert expeditions usually relied on oasis stops, supply caches, or even resupply missions coming from behind. But the route from the Nile to Siwa is vast and unforgiving. It's not the kind of place you gamble with water. You ever gone a few hours without hydration? Now imagine doing that in full bronze armor under the Egyptian sun, carrying weapons and dragging carts across hot sand dunes. The human body begins to unravel first slowly, then all at once. Dehydration kicks in, muscles cramp, eyes blur, minds slip. Soon even the strongest soldier is a mirage. If their guides were wrong, or their water estimates off, this whole expedition could have fallen apart in days. Think about it. You're a commander. Your men start collapsing. Your animals drop from exhaustion. You send scouts ahead, hoping they'll find the next oasis. But they never come back. You're faced with the kind of math no one wants to do. Not enough water for all of us. Not enough time to go back. No idea which way is right. And maybe that's how it happened. Panic spreads. The army fractures into smaller groups, each trying to find safety. Some head north, others west, still others turn back. And then silence. The desert absorbs them like a sponge. A few bones here, a broken sword there, spread over hundreds of miles, scattered too thin for detection. And even if someone stumbled on a piece, how would they know what it belonged to? A single arrowhead in the sand doesn't scream missing Persian army. It just whispers someone was here, and then it waits to be covered again. Still, if that were the case, you'd expect to find at least something: a campsite, a grave, pit, a mass of gear, abandoned in desperation. That's what haunts archaeologists. Not just the lack of answers, but the lack of debris. You see, history tends to be messy. Even the best covered-up disasters leave fingerprints. Consider other ancient losses. When the Roman general Varus marched into Teutoburg Forest in 9 AD, with 3 full legions, roughly 20,000 men, he was ambushed and utterly destroyed. Yet archaeologists have found spearheads, armor fragments, coins, and burned wood in that forest. We know where it happened. We know how. When Napoleon invaded Russia and his army was decimated by cold starvation and tactical disaster, historians can trace his route by the skeletons, discarded gear, and even the boots left in the snow. The evidence is scattered, but real. It tells a story, but Cambyses' army nothing, and so we move on to the next possibility. Maybe they never reached Siwa at all. It's entirely possible they were misdirected from the start. The terrain between the Nile and Siwa isn't just hard to navigate, it's disorienting. Dunes shift. Sunlight distorts distance. Even skilled guides can lose their bearings when the landscape refuses to hold still. Without modern maps or tools, an army might have veered off course and ended up in regions far beyond any current search efforts. Most expeditions today are focused on a handful of presumed routes. But the truth is, we're working off a series of educated guesses. And even educated guesses can lead you down the wrong sand dune. What if they went too far south? Or got turned around and wandered toward the Libyan border? What if their final resting place is under dunes no one's ever bothered to scan? It's not like we've searched the entire desert inch by inch. The area involved is tens of thousands of square kilometers. That's like trying to find a paperclip on the moon using a flashlight and a hunch. And then there's the idea we don't really like to entertain. Maybe the desert won. Maybe it wasn't sabotage or error or ambush. Maybe it was inevitability. Maybe this was always going to end in silence. The desert didn't need to raise a finger. It just had to wait. Because even the most impressive army in the world, disciplined, equipped, prepared, can be undone by thirst, heat, exhaustion, and fear. All it takes is one missed signal, one dry well, one morning where the sun rises and everyone realizes they're lost. And when that happens, things fall apart quickly. Men stop listening. Commanders panic. Soldiers refuse to march. You lose the rhythm. You lose the unity. And the desert, patient and hungry, starts to take its toll. You wonder if in their final moments they looked up at the sky, wondering if the oracle they'd been sent to capture had seen this coming. If they thought about the irony that their king had tried to seize divine legitimacy, and instead the gods took his army. There's something poetic about it, really. 50,000 men marched into the desert to demand recognition from the divine, and became legend instead. Their disappearance became the oracle, a warning, a riddle, a testament to how little we still know about the forces of time, terrain, and human ambition. And so we're left with sand and stories. We can keep scanning the ground, keep reading the ancient texts, keep dreaming up elaborate theories. Maybe one day we'll stumble on a site, a collection of bones, sun-bleached shields, maybe even a single inscription for the glory of Cambyses. But until then, the army of 525 BC remains history's most elegant shrug. They came, they marched, they vanished. You blink, and the sands fade. The heat slips away. The dunes dissolve into stone, and now you're somewhere colder, higher, and even more silent than before. We've left the Egyptian desert far behind and climbed into the misty heights of the Indian Himalayas. Here, where the air thins and the wind bites, lies another mystery, just as strange and just as unsolved. You're standing at the edge of Rupkund Lake. At first glance, it's beautiful, serene, a still circle of icy water nestled among jagged cliffs and meadows that bloom only for a short season. Snow crunches under your boots and your breath fogs in front of your face. But then you look closer, and the bones start to appear, pale shapes under the ice, long, slender, human. You take a few cautious steps forward and find more. Skulls, rib cages, spines curling like frozen question marks beneath the water. It's not one or two skeletons. It's dozens, maybe hundreds. Rupkund Lake doesn't just hold water, it holds secrets. This isn't a battlefield. No signs of war. No ruins of a temple. No ancient village. Just a small, shallow lake surrounded by death. And it doesn't stop being weird there, because these bodies, they're not all from the same place or the same time. Some are local. Others are foreign, very foreign, from as far away as the Mediterranean. And the weirdest part? They didn't all die together. Some of these skeletons are separated by centuries, as if the lake decided, you know what, let's do this again and again. It's called Skeleton Lake for a reason, and no one can quite explain it. The first modern report came in 1942. A British forest ranger named Hari Kishan Madhwal was surveying the area when he stumbled across the bones. Picture him pushing through mist and snowdrifts, maybe grumbling about paperwork, only to spot a human skull poking out of the ice like some morbid jack-in-the-box. Naturally, he assumed it was something recent. A tragedy, a massacre, a military disaster maybe. After all, World War II was raging at the time, and paranoia ran high. Some even feared it might be the remains of Japanese soldiers who had crossed into British-controlled India. But that theory didn't hold. The bones were too old, too weathered. These weren't fresh casualties. They were ancient. So the mystery grew. Early studies tried to pin down what had happened. Maybe a pilgrimage gone wrong. Maybe a merchant caravan caught in a storm. All neat ideas conveniently wrapped and forgettable. But Rupkund Lake isn't neat, and it refuses to be forgotten. The lake is small, barely 40 meters across, and no deeper than 10 feet. But getting to it isn't easy. You don't just walk there on a whim. It's a 5-day trek through brutal terrain, dense forests, alpine meadows, treacherous rocky paths. Altitude sickness, sudden storms, wild animals, you name it. It wants to ruin your trip. And yet, people keep ending up here, dying here, across time, across cultures. Why? That question has turned Rupkund into a magnet for researchers, explorers, and the occasional spiritual thrill seeker with a GoPro. But the more we learn, the stranger it gets. Take the DNA results, for instance. In 2019, a comprehensive study by geneticists and archaeologists revealed something absolutely wild. The skeletons belong to multiple distinct populations, at least 2 major groups, separated not just by geography, but by time. One group dated back to around 800 AD. They were South Asian, likely pilgrims or travelers from nearby regions. But the second group, that one, broke the scientific brains. They were from the Eastern Mediterranean, Greece to be specific. And they died nearly 1,000 years later, somewhere between the 17th and 19th centuries. Just sit with that for a second. A group of people from Greece somehow ended up at a tiny frozen lake, more than 5,000 miles away, and 16,000 feet above sea level, and died there. There are no records of a Greek expedition to the Indian Himalayas during that time. No diplomatic mission, no trade caravan, nothing. And they didn't die in a battle. There's no evidence of trauma, at least not the kind that comes from swords or arrows. So what brought them here? Some believe it was a pilgrimage. Others whisper about forgotten trade routes that cut through the mountains like veins of myth. A few speculate that they were mercenaries hired by local rulers who ended up lost or stranded. But none of these theories explain the eeriest part, why the lake seems to collect people over time. It's as if Rupkund calls them, at random, across centuries, and when they come, they don't leave. Some researchers noticed a strange detail in the bone skull fractures, not from weapons, but from blunt trauma. Rounded, like hailstones, giant ones. Now this isn't your average oops, I forgot my umbrella kind of hail. We're talking solid ice balls, the size of cricket balls, enough to crush a skull if you're caught without shelter. There's even a local legend that aligns with this idea. According to folklore, a king, his pregnant queen, and their entourage were traveling through the region on a pilgrimage to the goddess Nanda Devi. But they broke sacred rules, dancing music, general rowdiness. The goddess, deeply offended, sent a storm of ice to punish them. No survivors, just bones. Is it myth? Probably. But then again, the injuries match. The story lines up. It's one of those uncanny moments where oral tradition and forensic science reach out and shake hands. Still, it doesn't explain the Mediterranean group, or the fact that multiple events seem to have happened here, like some cosmic rerun no one asked for. So maybe Rupkund isn't just a random disaster site. Maybe it's something more, an ancient pilgrimage spot, a spiritual beacon, or as one researcher put it, a ritual magnet. It's surrounded by sacred geography, temples, shrines, routes that even today are walked by the faithful. Perhaps for over 1,000 years, people have been drawn to this place in acts of devotion, desperation, or sheer human curiosity. And sometimes, they don't make it out. Maybe it's the weather. Maybe it's the altitude. Maybe it's something else. But the bones pile up, and the lake remembers. It doesn't give up its dead. It preserves them, cold, intact, silent, a library of lives that ended the same way, in the same place, for reasons we still don't understand. So now, as the wind picks up and the mist swirls across Rupkund's icy surface, you begin to feel that familiar tug, the same one you felt back in the desert, that ancient echo of a question no one can quite answer. Why here? Why them? And when will the lake call again? You linger at the edge of Rupkund Lake, mist coiling around your ankles like it has something to say, but won't quite speak. The stillness presses down the kind that makes you whisper, even though there's no one around. You've seen bones, lots of them, skeletons spread out beneath the surface like scattered puzzle pieces, but no one's found the picture on the box yet. And the question hanging in the air, sharper than the alpine wind, is this: what happened here? You look around. There are no walls, no ruins, no battlefield, just rocks, ice, and silence. Whatever went wrong, it happened fast. No one dug graves. No one wrote it down. All we have are bodies, silence, and some very baffled scientists. Let's rewind to the original discovery again, 1942. The forest ranger who stumbled on the bones must have felt like he'd walked into an ancient crime scene. Skulls staring up from the snow, femurs half buried in frost. The world was in the middle of World War II, so military paranoia kicked in fast. Were these enemy soldiers a downed patrol, a hidden massacre? Turns out, nope. Too old, too weird, too spread out. The bones weren't neatly arranged or buried with ceremony. They were scattered, almost thrown. And for decades, no one could say who they were or why they'd come. So naturally, people filled the gaps with stories. The most enduring local legend passed down from villagers in the Uttarakhand region is the tale of King Jasdaval. You'll like this one. It's got drama, hubris, divine wrath, and a hailstorm from hell. The story goes like this. King Jasdaval, his pregnant queen, and their luxurious entourage set out on a pilgrimage to honor Nanda Devi, a powerful mountain goddess. They brought everything musicians, dancers, fancy food, probably gold-plated tents. Think less humble devotion, more mountain music festival. But they made one fatal mistake. They broke the rules. In traditional Hindu beliefs, especially in the Himalayas, humility matters. The mountains are sacred. You don't arrive like you're hosting a royal banquet. And most importantly, you don't disrespect the goddess. So as the story goes, Nanda Devi got fed up. And instead of sending a sternly worded letter, she dropped a massive hailstorm right on top of them. Big hail. Lethal hail. The kind that doesn't just hurt, it ends you. And when you consider the scientific findings, the legend might not be that far off. When researchers examined the skulls at Rupkund, they found something strange: circular depressions, fractures, consistent with heavy round objects striking from above. Not sword wounds, not blunt weapons. These were vertical impacts, almost as if ice fell from the sky. And not just a little. We're talking baseball-sized hailstones hurtling down from the clouds like angry gods armed with frozen cannonballs. Now, hailstorms in the Himalayas aren't unheard of, but ones violent enough to kill dozens, maybe hundreds of people at once, that's rare. Freakishly rare, but Rupkund is a freakish place. Still, while the hailstorm theory explains the injuries, it doesn't explain the diversity. The original legend only covers one group. What about the others? Because remember, DNA analysis doesn't lie. We now know the skeletons came from multiple groups, arriving centuries apart. Let's break it down. The first cluster of remains dates back to around 800 AD. These individuals had South Asian ancestry, and their isotope levels traces in teeth and bones that reveal diet and geography suggest they were from southern India. That's quite the trek. Hundreds of miles through forests, valleys, and up sheer cliffs. Why would a group from the lowlands take such a dangerous trip to this freezing lake? Pilgrimage. Most likely spiritual in nature. In India, the Himalayas are sacred, a place where the earthly meets the divine. For thousands of years, people have walked these mountain trails seeking blessings, penance, or enlightenment. It's brutal, it's beautiful, and for some fatal. Now fast forward about 1,000 years. The second group arrives. These people are genetically different, European, specifically from the eastern Mediterranean region, likely Greece or Crete. They died between the 17th and 19th centuries. Wait, what? Yes, Greek people in the Indian Himalayas, dying beside a frozen lake at 16,000 feet. There are no records of a Greek mission, no explorer diaries, no lost diplomatic envoys, nothing. And yet the DNA is clear. It's not a fluke. They were there. Why? That's the million-rupee question. Some theories suggest they were part of a mysterious pilgrimage or an elite spiritual expedition. Maybe even wealthy thrill seekers trying to follow in ancient footsteps. Another idea is they were colonial-era adventurers, traders, or missionaries gone off script chasing some mystical Himalayan legend and meeting a very cold end. And here's another wrinkle: the two groups didn't die together. Their deaths were centuries apart. The lake didn't kill everyone at once. It waited. It chose. Or maybe it just happened to be in the worst possible spot for wanderers over a very long time. The terrain around Rupkund makes survival unlikely, even on a good day. Altitude sickness, sudden weather, shifts no shelter, and dangerously thin air. It's like the mountain is actively rooting against you. But why do people keep ending up here? That's the heart of the mystery. Some researchers now believe Rupkund Lake was part of a long-standing ritual path, a seasonal pilgrimage route to the nearby Nanda Devi shrine. Along this journey, pilgrims would rest by the lake or perform offerings and then continue upward. And perhaps for generations, people did just that without issue. But every so often, disaster struck. A storm, an illness, a misstep on the rocks. The lake doesn't discriminate. It just waits. Which brings us to the real quiet horror of Rupkund. It's not just the mystery of the bones, it's the pattern. Multiple groups, multiple centuries, different backgrounds all converging on the same patch of ice. You start to wonder if Rupkund isn't just a place where people die, but a place people are drawn to. Like moths to a frozen flame, there's a chilling symmetry to it. People journeying upward, seeking something answers salvation, forgiveness, and finding only snow and silence. And the lake, it never speaks. It just reflects the sky. Some of the remains have now been moved for scientific analysis. Others lie untouched their sockets, staring upward, waiting for someone to ask the right question. But the mountain keeps its lips sealed. Just snow, just wind, just bones. You pull your coat tighter, because in Rupkund, even silence feels like a warning. You hike a little farther around Rupkund Lake, crunching over patches of frozen mud, and it's hard not to look over your shoulder. The bones are always there, just beneath the surface, half buried in ice, or peeking out between rocks, like history refusing to lie down. You get the feeling you're not supposed to be here, that this is a place for the dead, not the curious. But curiosity, as always, refuses to listen. If the science around Rupkund is hard to explain, the legends are even harder to ignore. Because before DNA tests and isotope analysis and fancy carbon dating machines, there were stories. The locals had watched the lake for generations, and they knew something was off. They'd say things like, "Don't go near the water," or "The mountain has rules." And most famously, Nanda Devi watches everything. Let's talk about her. Nanda Devi is no ordinary mountain goddess. She's revered in the Uttarakhand region as a fierce and protective deity. The mountains are her domain. She's not the type to hand out blessings like party favors. Her devotees approach her with respect, humility, fear even. And the story of King Jastaval, the one who got turned into a human piñata by hailstones, isn't some obscure tale. It's central to the mythology of this region. Here's how it goes. The king, his pregnant queen, and a huge entourage were headed to the shrine of Nanda Devi. It was supposed to be a spiritual journey, but somewhere along the way, the vibe changed. Think royal parade meets sacred mountains, music dancing, maybe a few too many party platters. The problem, the goddess was not amused. According to tradition, pregnant women weren't supposed to make this pilgrimage. And the entire entourage, too loud, too extravagant, too proud. So Nanda Devi struck them down. A sudden hailstorm. Huge stones falling from the sky. No escape. The entire group perished on the slopes above Rupkund, their bodies eventually sliding down into the lake's frozen basin. For a long time, this was just a story passed between villagers, a cautionary tale about pride and piety. But then scientists looked at the bones, and some of them, especially from the South Asian group, showed skull fractures, round-focused vertical trauma, not slashes, not blunt force clubbing. Something like being hit on the head by falling ice, large hailstones perhaps, coincidence, maybe or maybe not. Sometimes folklore doesn't come from fiction. Sometimes it's a memory. Passed down, reshaped, made sacred. It gets weirder. The Rupkund pilgrimage is real. Every 12 years, thousands of devotees undertake a long, treacherous journey through the Himalayas to honor Nanda Devi and seek blessings. The path winds through forest, valley, and mountain, echoing what ancient travelers likely followed. And guess where the pilgrims stop? Rupkund Lake. That's right, the very same place filled with bones. And despite the ominous reputation, people still go. They still walk those trails. They still bring offerings, chanting prayers as they circle the lake, because the lake is part of the story now. A warning, yes, but also a holy site. A place where the mortal meets the divine, often a little too closely. And that's the unsettling thing about Rupkund. It's not just an archaeological puzzle. It's a spiritual landscape. A place where belief and science collide, and neither seems to walk away fully satisfied. Take the South Asian skeletons, for instance. They came from various regions, but many likely originated in what is now Maharashtra or Andhra Pradesh, far to the south. That's not just a casual weekend hike. That's a cross-country odyssey on foot through terrain that wants to kill you. And yet, they came. Why? Some scientists believe it was a religious quest. Perhaps they believed the lake had healing powers, or that dying there would grant salvation. There are ancient traditions that speak of water as a purifier, a pathway to reincarnation, especially when touched by the divine. If Rupkund was considered sacred, even cursed, that might have drawn more people in, not fewer. Because people are weird like that. We go to haunted houses, climb cursed mountains, swim in lakes we're told to avoid. Sometimes because we want to prove something, sometimes because we're hoping to be changed, and sometimes, just maybe, because we don't believe the stories until we're part of them. The Mediterranean group adds another layer. Their isotope analysis revealed a diet and lifestyle completely different from the South Asians. Wheat-heavy coastal, consistent with Mediterranean patterns. Their shoes were different, their bones longer. Even their skull shapes varied slightly. And still here, they were buried in the same shallow water, lost in the same brutal storm. Why? Theories abound. Maybe they were colonial-era explorers obsessed with Eastern mysticism and convinced Rupkund held answers. Maybe they were part of some secret mission, diplomatic or religious, swallowed by the mountains and forgotten by history. Or maybe they were just very rich, very lost travelers who made one very bad decision. One thing we do know, they didn't come lightly. The journey was too hard, the conditions too harsh. You don't stumble into Rupkund by accident. You come with purpose, which brings us to the bones themselves. Most are in remarkable condition. The cold preserved them. The altitude protected them. And now, scientists treat them like sacred relics, cataloging, analyzing, learning. Some have been removed for study. Others remain quietly resting in their icy tomb. But even science walks carefully here, because there's still something about the lake that resists answers. Every time we think we've solved it, another layer unfolds. Another group of bones is found. Another story surfaces. Another theory collapses. It's as if the lake is saying, "Nice try." But not yet. And that's the thing about ancient mysteries. They're not just questions. They're mirrors. They show us how much we want answers and how uncomfortable we get when we can't have them. Rupkund Lake doesn't give you closure. It gives you bones. And if you listen closely, maybe, just maybe, it gives you a story. But you'll never be sure where the story ends and the silence begins. So you step back from the shore. The wind picks up. The mist thickens. And the lake, as always, says nothing. You head down from the slopes of Rupkund, the mist thinning behind you, the air slowly thickening as you descend. But the mystery clings to your thoughts like cold on your gloves. You've seen the bones, you've heard the stories, and now it's time to dig deeper. Not just into the ice, but into the science. Because for all the legends and lore, the real breakthroughs came when the lab coats showed up. Modern research on Rupkund Lake didn't begin with Indiana Jones-style adventures. It began with test tubes, microscopes, and the patience of 1,000 glaciers. And what those researchers found shook the tidy assumptions everyone had clung to for decades. Let's start with what most people thought one event. One group. One bad day. Easy right, wrong. The first wave of genetic testing in the early 2000s painted a picture of uniformity. South Asian DNA, dated around the 9th century, matched with the pilgrimage theory. Case closed. A group of locals probably tried to cross the mountains, got caught in a freak hailstorm or blizzard, and perished. Tragic, but straightforward. But then came the second round of testing deeper, more precise, and a whole lot more confusing. In 2019, a team of international scientists, including researchers from Harvard and India's Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, ran the most detailed DNA and radiocarbon tests ever done on the Rupkund skeletons. And the results? Total chaos. First, there weren't just one or two groups. There were 3 distinct genetic populations. One group was local South Asians expected. Another was South Asians again, but from a different region and time period. And the third, Eastern Mediterranean. Let that sink in. Not just random travelers, not just visitors. People with ancestry linked to Greece, Crete, and other parts of the Mediterranean world, at a high-altitude lake in northern India. And these weren't all part of one tragic march either. The remains were from entirely different centuries. In short, Rupkund Lake wasn't the site of one disaster. It was a repeat customer of human tragedy. That revelation rewrote everything. Because if multiple groups separated by culture, language, and time all died in the same place, something was going on. Something persistent. Something beyond coincidence. Some researchers speculated that the Mediterranean group might have been wealthy explorers or pilgrims drawn by stories of sacred sites in the Himalayas. After all the 17th and 18th centuries, saw a surge in spiritual tourism, wealthy elites traveling the world in search of mystical experiences, enlightenment, or simply exotic bragging rights. Maybe they heard of Rupkund. Maybe they were told it held healing waters or divine power. Maybe they ignored every local warning and went anyway. And the lake, as usual, responded the only way it knows how. But why would they come here specifically? That's the next layer of the mystery. Rupkund isn't easy to reach. Even now, it's a 5-day trek requiring guides' gear and strong legs. Back then, it was borderline suicidal, which leads some to believe there was something about this lake. A belief, a legend, a pull. Some oral traditions suggest the lake was once believed to be a portal, a liminal space between the mortal and the divine, a place where the gods walked, a threshold. You can see why that idea might appeal to seekers from faraway lands. But let's not forget the practical side. Researchers also studied the condition of the bones and the way the bodies were laid out. Most of the remains weren't buried. They weren't arranged. They were scattered by weather animals or time, but they were mostly intact. No signs of animal scavenging, no burns, no evidence of violent conflict. Just people caught in something they couldn't escape. Further analysis of bone chemistry showed they had different diets. The Mediterranean group, for instance, had carbon and nitrogen levels that matched a wheat and barley heavy diet, typical of the Aegean region. And the footwear, different. Some wore leather boots, others had remnants of sandals. One even had fragments of what might have been a parasol, a strange thing to carry into the Himalayas unless you'd been expecting something very different from what you got. Now here's the haunting part. There's no indication these groups knew about each other. They didn't travel together. They didn't die together. But they all ended up here. And that makes Rupkund feel less like a one-time accident and more like a magnet drawing people in slowly over centuries. Not in droves, but in enough numbers that their bones now line the shore like forgotten guests at an eternal gathering. And the cause of death still debated. Many have fractures consistent with blunt force trauma to the head and shoulders, likely hail. But others show signs of altitude sickness, pulmonary edema, hypoxia, or exhaustion. And in some, the cause remains entirely undetermined. No visible trauma, no disease markers, just death. A lake that kills but never explains. Scientists continue to scan the surrounding area using ground-penetrating radar satellite imagery and even drone-mounted thermal cameras. They've mapped the site meticulously, hoping that the landscape itself might offer clues. Maybe signs of a collapsed shelter, an ancient path, anything. But the mountain is stubborn. What they've found instead are more bones. Some buried beneath sediment, others hidden behind rocks, or buried in snowbanks that only melt for a few weeks each year. Each discovery complicates things further, so now we have a database of skeletons, a mix of ethnicities, ages, genders, and centuries, all found in one cursed, sacred, or simply unlucky spot. And every time a new skull is unearthed, the same questions return. What were they looking for? Did they find it? And if they had one more breath, one more moment before the end, did they realize they were part of something bigger? A chain, a cycle, a story we're still trying to finish. Rupkund is no longer just a mystery. It's a case study in how science and myth tangle together, in how data reveals facts, but not meaning, because meaning still clings to the old stories. The wrath of Nanda Devi, the cursed king, the sacred path you mustn't tread unless your soul is ready. And maybe that's why this lake remains so captivating. Not just because of what we don't know, but because of what we almost know. The kind of mystery that dangles just out of reach, close enough to touch, but too ancient, too complicated, too human to solve with certainty. You take one last look at the water smooth as glass, and beneath it, shadows, bones, questions, waiting. You make your way down the icy ridge from Rupkund Lake, your boots crunching over layers of history and frost. The cold follows you, not just in your bones, but in your thoughts. Because the further we dig into this strange mountain mystery, the less the facts comfort us, and the more the questions multiply. And perhaps none is more perplexing than this. How did people from thousands of miles away from the sunny shores of the Mediterranean end up dead at a frozen lake in the Indian Himalayas? It's the kind of twist that makes scientists double-check their lab results. But let's go back to those 14 skeletons, the ones whose DNA links them, not to India, not to Central Asia, but to Greece, Crete, to be precise. Their remains were found alongside the South Asian ones, but the timeline was staggered. Radiocarbon dating places their deaths in the 17th and 19th century, roughly 1,000 years after the earlier group. So not one tragedy, two, completely separate. Like the lake pressed rewind and played the same horrible scene again centuries later. Now pause and consider the travel realities of that time. In the 17th century, Europe was dabbling in early global exploration. Ships crossed oceans, trade routes expanded. But hiking up into the Himalayas, that was not on your average Aegean travel brochure. There are no known records, none that describe a Greek expedition into this part of India during that period. No journals, no shipping logs, no colonial documents. It's like a ghost story with no origin. A group of Greeks somehow crossed continents, oceans, and mountain passes, and then died beside a remote glacial lake, leaving no trace of who they were or why they came. So naturally, historians and archaeologists went scrambling for theories. Some suggest they might have been a private expedition, perhaps a wealthy European patron funding a spiritual journey through India. Eastern mysticism was all the rage in Europe at the time, and it wasn't unheard of for aristocrats to fund long, eccentric quests in the hopes of gaining enlightenment or bragging rights at lavish salons. But that still doesn't explain how or why they made it all the way to Rupkund specifically. This lake wasn't on any known trade route. It wasn't near a major town. It's not like they took a wrong turn on the road to Delhi and ended up here by accident. Rupkund requires commitment, serious, multi-week climb a mountain commitment. You don't just stumble into this kind of peril. Another theory points to missionary work. During the 17th and 18th centuries, Catholic and Orthodox missionaries often ventured deep into foreign territories. Some came to India in the hopes of converting remote Himalayan communities. Perhaps this group was part of a religious expedition that got lost or decided to take a detour in search of something they considered sacred. And what would have drawn them here? Maybe rumors of a mysterious lake that took lives. A legend passed between locals, twisted by time. Maybe someone whispered, "There is a place where the gods strike down the unworthy," and the Greeks, driven by curiosity or spiritual fervor, just had to see it for themselves. Still, you'd expect records. Even the most obscure monasteries usually kept ledgers. Even zealots wrote journals. But here nothing. Which leads us to one of the more imaginative, if completely unverified theories, that these Mediterranean travelers weren't just explorers, but outcasts, Some scholars speculate that they might have been fleeing something: political unrest, religious persecution, disease. In Crete during this time, there were waves of upheaval wars, with the Ottoman Empire famines even forced migrations. Maybe a small group, left in secret, journeying across Asia, with the hope of starting anew, somewhere no one would follow. But if that was their plan, Rupkund was a spectacularly bad place to end up. Still, it might explain the silence. Maybe they didn't want to be found. Maybe they were trying to erase their trail. And maybe the mountain took care of the rest. Then again, maybe this is all just coincidence. Maybe Rupkund isn't a magnet. Maybe it's just one of those rare, brutal places where everything can go wrong, and occasionally does. Perhaps the lake doesn't draw people in so much as it punishes those who underestimate it. But even if we go with the most conservative theory, that multiple groups simply died there by chance over centuries, we're still left with eerie implications. Because it keeps happening, and because there are still more bones. That's right. The latest research suggests that the 38 skeletons studied so far may represent only a fraction of what's actually buried beneath the surface. Some estimates suggest there could be upwards of 800 individuals lost to this little lake, maybe more. That number rewrites the whole scale of the mystery. This isn't a fluke. This is a pattern. So the scientists keep working. Every year for a few brief weeks, when the ice thaws and the snow pulls back, research teams return to Rupkund. They scan the lake bed. They collect bone fragments. They test soil samples. They catalog every strand of hair, every shard of leather, every twisted ring of rusted metal. It's meticulous, slow work, but it matters. Because with every discovery, the story gets a little clearer and a little stranger. Take, for instance, the lack of personal items. No weapons, no treasure, no tools of survival. Aside from a few pieces of jewelry and the remains of bamboo parasols, most of the dead carried nothing of value. It's as if they weren't preparing for a long journey or didn't plan to return. Some have suggested ritual sacrifice. It's not a common explanation, but it's not impossible. There are precedents in ancient cultures for offering oneself or others to the gods, especially in high sacred places. Maybe some of the victims came willingly, as part of a ceremony we've long forgotten. Maybe others were caught up in a ritual they didn't understand until it was too late. Or maybe they came here seeking something no one else believed in and found what they were looking for. It's uncomfortable to think about. Because when science meets mystery, we expect answers. We want the data to explain the story. But Rupkund resists that. It gives you just enough to keep looking, never enough to rest. And that's what makes it so compelling. Because what we're left with isn't just a collection of bones. It's a cross-section of humanity. Different people, different times, same ending. They all came here drawn by something faith, fear, legend, or luck, and none of them made it back. And the lake, it just watches, still, icy, waiting for the next chapter. You find yourself sitting at the edge of a cold ridge, letting your legs dangle over the rocks as you stare down toward Rupkund's frozen waters far below. The snow has started falling again, not a blizzard, just a polite, steady reminder that you're high above the world. It's quiet up here. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you feel like someone's watching. But of course, it's just the lake, watching, waiting, like it always does. The mystery is still unsolved. If anything, it's gotten more complex. Because even with genetic data, radiocarbon dating, and digital mapping, the core question lingers like frost on your breath. Why do people from vastly different regions and centuries keep dying in this one place? We've talked about Greeks in the Himalayas, South Indians wandering impossibly far north, and the possibility that multiple separate events happened here, each one tragic, each one unexplained. But perhaps the strangest part of all isn't that they died here. It's that none of them ever seemed to leave. There are no recovery efforts in ancient records. No pilgrim accounts of narrowly escaping a storm. No stories passed down of survivors crawling out of the snow and warning others. Just silence. If you look at the archaeological layers around Rupkund, there are signs that the dead were left where they fell. No burial, no collection, no effort to move them. They simply stayed. And that raises another chilling possibility. Maybe some of them did know what was coming. Let's talk about voluntary sacrifice. Not the dramatic Hollywood kind, where someone throws themselves into a volcano to appease the gods. No, this is something subtler, something spiritual. In certain ancient cultures, death at a sacred site was considered a kind of transcendence, a fast pass to the afterlife, a way to shed earthly burdens and become part of something eternal. For many, the mountains were more than just terrain, they were gods themselves. And to die on the body of a god that was no tragedy, that was destiny. Could Rupkund have been viewed this way, a place not of punishment, but of passage? Some researchers think it's possible. They point to the complete absence of valuable goods among the bodies. No weapons, no trade items, no coins. The dead didn't carry much. In many cases, they didn't even have proper clothing for the high altitude. It's as if they weren't planning to return. Now, before you dismiss that as ancient drama, keep in mind that self-sacrifice in harsh environments isn't new. In cultures from Japan to the Andes, there are documented cases of people choosing to die on mountaintops or at sacred sites to fulfill religious vows, enter the next life, or protect their communities. So maybe Rupkund wasn't just a death trap. Maybe it was a destination. But then there's the weather. Let's not forget what the science says. Several of the skulls recovered from the lake show clear signs of blunt force trauma, round-focused from above, consistent with hailstones the size of baseballs. Now, you're probably thinking, surely that's just a freak accident, but it's happened before. Modern records include rare instances of deadly hailstorms. One in India in 1888 reportedly killed over 230 people in a single strike. Giant chunks of ice falling at terminal velocity can do more than just ruin your picnic. They can punch holes in tin roofs and shatter skulls like porcelain. So the idea that a group of exposed travelers caught on an open mountain ridge might have been killed by hail isn't far-fetched. In fact, it's likely. But again, why didn't they take shelter? Why was no one prepared? Why would anyone, even in ancient times, march into the Himalayas with no plan for survival? It brings us back to the same fork in the trail. Either they didn't know how dangerous it would be, or they knew and came anyway. And that's where the myth of the cursed pilgrimage rears its head again. Imagine it, year after year, decade after decade, small groups of devoted travelers winding through treacherous mountain paths, some from India, some from halfway across the world, all of them seeking something sacred, and the mountains ancient and impassive, watching as each one disappears. You might wonder why the legend of Rupkund didn't spread further. Why didn't the deaths scare everyone off? Well, maybe they did, for a time. Local villagers have long regarded Rupkund with fear and reverence. Some call it haunted, others sacred. Many simply stay away. not out of superstition, but out of something deeper, an inherited caution passed down in hushed tones, and yet others return. Pilgrims still walk the paths. Hikers still make the climb. Scientists still circle the lake's edges with drones and scanners looking for answers. Because despite everything Rupkund calls to us, it's the pull of the unknown, the allure of a place where history lies exposed but unread, where the bones of strangers ask silent questions and you foolishly bravely try to answer. Maybe that's what connects all the people who've come to Rupkund, past and present. They were all looking for something: truth, salvation, wonder, a good story. And Rupkund gave them what they asked for, just not in the way they expected. Because the lake doesn't care if you're Greek or Indian rich, or poor devout or curious. It offers the same gift to everyone: silence, a final resting place, a riddle with no punchline, and maybe a spot in someone else's story someday. You take one last look at the lake, where the ice has begun to form again, hiding the bones until next season. You realize that Rupkund isn't just a mystery, it's a mirror. It reflects the people who come to it, their hopes, their fears, their fragility. And as you start your descent, wind slicing at your cheeks, one thought sticks with you: the mountain never lies. But it doesn't explain either. It just watches, and it waits. You descend the slope slowly now, one step at a time, boots sliding just a little on frost-covered rock. The wind has gone quiet again, but the silence feels full. Rupkund still lingers behind you, like a question you forgot to ask. But ahead lies something just as intriguing. Because if Rupkund Lake is a mystery frozen in time, then it's not alone. There's a pattern forming here, a larger trail winding through our shared past, a whisper in different corners of the world that says, we were here. We left something behind. Can you still see us? You squint, and the scene shifts again. Now, you're no longer in the mountains. You're under a bright, wide sky. And at first glance, there's not much to see, just flat desert, pale soil, dry air, the kind of place where even the tumbleweeds feel bored. But then you look from above, and suddenly everything changes. Below you, in the dry plains of southern Peru, the earth tells a different story. Massive lines, spirals, trapezoids, perfectly straight paths stretching for miles. Shapes of hummingbirds, spiders, monkeys, and whales etched into the desert as if the land itself is drawing you in. Welcome to the Nazca Lines. You hover mentally, if not literally, above the Nazca Desert, marveling at what can only be described as the world's largest, flattest sketchbook. These geoglyphs, some over 2,000 years old, span hundreds of square kilometers. They're massive. Some of the straight lines run nearly 9 miles. The spider is 150 feet long. The monkey with its swirling tail stretches across the desert like an ancient cartoon. And here's the strangest part: they're only visible from the sky. Which is deeply weird considering the people who made them couldn't fly. Let's rewind. Between 100 BC and 800 AD, a civilization known as the Nazca flourished in this arid coastal region of Peru. They were master engineers, despite the fact that they lived in one of the driest places on Earth. They figured out how to survive using a network of underground aqueducts called puquios. They built spiral-shaped wells, channeling groundwater to irrigate crops. No big deal. Just ancient hydroengineering in one of the harshest environments imaginable. They were also brilliant artists. Their pottery was vivid and intricate. Their textiles were dyed with colors so vibrant they still hold their hues today. But none of those achievements quite compare to what they carved into the desert floor. To create the lines, they didn't dig deep, just a few inches. They scraped away the dark, oxidized stones on the surface to reveal the pale soil beneath. That's it. No tools, no concrete, just careful, deliberate removal of the surface layer. And then, geometry. Miles of it. There are hundreds of these geoglyphs. Some are simple lines. Others are massive biomorphic figures. Birds in flight, a whale with a frown, a dog with a long tail that honestly looks more like a fox who's having a rough day. And then there's the famous astronaut, a humanoid figure waving at the sky. Or depending on your imagination, waving from the sky. It's undeniably impressive. But also, what were they for? That's where the mystery starts. Because from the ground, these lines are almost invisible. You'd have to climb a hill or get really lucky to recognize any sort of pattern. It wasn't until the 20th century, when pilots started flying over the desert, that the shapes were even noticed by outsiders. So did the Nazca people build these for the gods, for themselves, for something else entirely. Several theories have emerged. Some scholars believe the lines were part of religious rituals, especially those connected to water and fertility. In a region where rain was rare and survival depended on underground water, the idea of carving symbols into the earth to communicate with the divine makes sense. Imagine it processions of people walking the lines during ceremonies, chanting, offering food or textiles, appealing to the sky for rain, for crops, for mercy. Other theories suggest astronomical alignments. Some lines appear to match the sun's position during solstices or point toward rising constellations. Maria Reiche, a German mathematician who devoted her life to studying the lines, believed they functioned as a kind of vast celestial calendar. She mapped and measured them for decades, using only measuring tape, a notebook, and a near supernatural level of patience. And then, of course, there are the more colorful ideas. You know where this is going. Aliens. The Nazca Lines are catnip for ancient astronaut theorists. The figures are huge, best seen from the sky, and include shapes that don't always match recognizable animals. The astronaut figure, big round head, large eyes, one arm raised, is often cited as evidence that the Nazca were either visited by extraterrestrials or trying to call them. Now don't roll your eyes just yet, because while there's no hard evidence of ET vacationing in pre-Columbian Peru, the fact that people leap to that theory tells you something. We're wired to make sense of mystery. And when ancient people do something we can't immediately explain, our imaginations run wild. Still, mainstream archaeology has plenty to say. Researchers like Joe Nickel have recreated Nazca-style geoglyphs using only tools available at the time: rope stakes, basic surveying techniques. Turns out, with some math and a lot of time, you can create massive, precise drawings without needing to see them from above. You just need a plan, a team, and some seriously devoted interns. So maybe the Nazca didn't need alien help. Maybe they just had focus, a cultural dedication to something we don't fully understand, which in a way is even more impressive, because the Nazca Lines weren't carved for us. They weren't designed to go viral. They weren't made with any expectation that future humans would fly overhead and gawk. They were made for the gods, or for the ancestors, or for the sky. The scale was the point. To make something so massive, so time-consuming in the middle of nowhere, it says something about belief, about effort, about wanting to be heard even if the response never comes. You begin to realize something. Rupkund, the lost army of Cambyses, the Nazca Lines. They're not separate mysteries. They're connected in a strange human way. Each one is a place where people put their faith into the unknown, where ambition met nature, where belief left marks. Some left behind bones, others symbols, and others nothing at all. But all of them speak the same silent language. They say, "We were here. We tried to matter." And the earth, for better or worse, remembers. You float over the Nazca Desert, now drifting in your thoughts, like a condor above the sand. The sky is a pale sheet, endless and unmoving, and below you lies an entire civilization's message to, well, someone, or maybe no one. That's the strange thing about the Nazca Lines. Their purpose is still as dry and elusive as the desert they sit in. But let's ground ourselves again, literally. What we know for sure is this: the Nazca people were clever, resourceful. They thrived in a place that gets less rain in a year than your shower gets in 5 minutes. They had no large rivers, no obvious sources of fresh water, yet they carved out a society that built advanced aqueducts, cultivated crops like maize and beans, and produced some of the most complex textile and ceramic work in pre-Columbian South America. And then one day, they started drawing, not on walls, not in caves, but on the desert floor. So now we ask the inevitable question, why? Let's look at the 3 main theories. The first and the most enduring is astronomy. Maria Reich, the German mathematician we mentioned earlier, devoted nearly 50 years of her life to the Nazca Lines. She slept in the desert, measured every angle, fought off looters and road builders, and wrote volumes of data in painstaking detail. Her belief: the lines were a giant astronomical calendar. Some of the straight lines align with the solstices, the longest and shortest days of the year. Others may point to the rising and setting positions of stars or constellations important to agriculture or ritual. Reich believed that by walking the lines and observing where they pointed, the Nazca could mark seasonal changes. And in a climate where one wrong guess about planting time could mean famine, it makes sense that you'd want the heavens on speed dial. But the theory isn't perfect, because while some lines do match celestial events, most don't. The geometry is impressive, yes, but the shapes, the animals, the figures don't correspond neatly to constellations. You can try to squint and match the hummingbird to Orion's belt if you really want to, but it's a stretch. So then we get the second theory, ritual pathways. This one suggests the lines were not meant to be seen from above at all. Instead, they were meant to be walked. Processions of people would follow the lines as part of ceremonies, perhaps asking the gods for rain blessings or forgiveness. The desert was their temple floor, and the lines were its sacred aisles. Some lines loop in strange ways, almost like labyrinths. Others connect symbolic figures, maybe linking ideas like fertility, strength, or cosmic order. In this version, it wasn't about seeing the lines. It was about experiencing them. This also fits with what we know about Andean culture, where ritual movement, walking, climbing, journeying, played a major spiritual role. The Inca centuries later would build sequays, ritual roads, radiating out from Cusco, their capital connecting sacred sites. Maybe the Nazca were early engineers of a similar idea. But then we come to the third theory, communication, not with each other, with the gods. Some scholars believe the lines were intended as massive messages to celestial beings, gods who could fly, or spirits who watched from the mountaintops and stars. From this perspective, the size and scale weren't impractical, they were necessary. Because the audience wasn't on the ground, the Nazca might have believed that their gods needed big, bold signs to receive offerings or understand human needs. What better way to get divine attention than to draw a 300-foot-long monkey in the sand. In this view, the lines are devotional art, cosmic graffiti, not utilitarian, but reverent, not tools, but prayers. And in a strange way, it's worked, because 2,000 years later, we're still looking at them, still wondering, still walking their paths, with our eyes trying to decode a language written without words. Of course, with a mystery this juicy, the more eccentric theories start showing up like uninvited guests at a dinner party. Aliens, ancient astronauts, interstellar GPS markers. We've already mentioned the so-called astronaut figure, a strange humanoid with round eyes and a raised arm etched into a hill slope. Some say it looks like a being in a helmet. Others say it's just a shaman with a flair for the dramatic. But the real reason alien theories persist is the sheer scale of the designs. They are big. Too big to appreciate from the ground. And that's weird, very weird, because even if the Nazca didn't fly, they still knew what they were doing. That's what gets overlooked sometimes. These people weren't fumbling in the dark, they had geometry planning and an obsession with precision. Archaeologists have found that the Nazca may have used simple surveying tools, ropes, stakes, and a lot of patience. By plotting points and using triangles, they could maintain scale and symmetry even across hundreds of feet. In fact, modern experiments have recreated entire Nazca-style geoglyphs using only these techniques. So no, they didn't need help from the sky. They just needed math and time and vision. And that might be the most fascinating part of all, because they did all of this knowing they'd never fully see it. Not the way we do from airplane windows or drone footage. They carved these vast shapes for someone else, for the divine, for the future, maybe even for the desert itself. And that's something to think about. In a world obsessed with instant feedback and visible results, the Nazca Lines are a reminder of what it means to create for the unseen, to believe that your work, your effort, your devotion matters even if no one else understands it, even if it disappears under the dust of centuries. And the desert, it kept their secrets for 1,500 years. Only when we learned to fly did we begin to understand the message, or at least realize that there was one. So here we are hovering above the past, staring down at lines etched in a place where rain never falls and the sun never rests. The hummingbird, the spider, the spiral, still visible, still watching, still asking, "Are you listening yet?" You are now. You drift slowly back down to the desert floor, eyes still tracing the outline of that colossal hummingbird etched into the sand. It's elegant, precise, timeless, and it refuses to answer your questions. You feel like you've just stared into a message left unread by an ancient civilization. So, what happens when science can't explain something to our satisfaction? Easy, we start guessing. Wildly, creatively, sometimes with tinfoil hats involved. Welcome to the most controversial corner of the Nazca Lines conversation, the fringe theories. Now, to be clear, the majority of archaeologists agree that the Nazca Lines were made by human hands using human tools for human purposes. But that hasn't stopped alternative thinkers from proposing, well, other ideas. And topping that list is everyone's favorite theory, ancient astronauts. Let's break it down. Back in 1968, a Swiss writer named Erich von Däniken published a book titled Chariots of the Gods. The cover alone was enough to spark debate. It showed ancient ruins and asked if they were created with help from aliens. The book's basic argument was this ancient people couldn't have built all these incredible things on their own. So maybe extraterrestrials. Von Däniken pointed to the Nazca Lines as prime evidence. Why, he asked, would people draw such enormous figures that could only be seen from above unless they were either inspired by aerial views or making signs for someone in the sky? And to be fair, the visuals are compelling. The long, flat, straight lines stretching through the desert. They kind of look like runways. The humanoid astronaut figure, big eyes, round head, one hand raised. It's not hard to imagine a little green man waving back. To the casual observer, it all adds up until you start digging a little deeper. Because while the alien theory makes for great documentaries, dramatic music, and endless memes, it doesn't hold up under scientific scrutiny. First of all, let's address the "you'd have to see it from the sky" argument. True, the Nazca Lines are best appreciated from above, but they're not invisible from the ground. In fact, some nearby foothills provide just enough elevation to view parts of the figures. Researchers have demonstrated that ancient Nazca people could have used basic surveying techniques and elevated observation points to visualize their work as they created it. Think of it like ancient scaffolding minus the steel. With a little geometry and a lot of patience, you can scale up a small drawing into something huge. It's the same principle behind Renaissance murals and modern mural painting today. Second, the technology wasn't alien. It was math. The Nazca didn't need lasers or satellites. They had rope stakes and an incredibly sophisticated understanding of symmetry. In some cases, you can see where they corrected a line midway through construction, proof that these were methodical human efforts, not the product of magical machinery from another galaxy. Third, the astronaut. He's probably not an astronaut. Archaeologists believe the figure is most likely a stylized human, perhaps a shaman or deity. The large eyes and simple features aren't evidence of a space helmet. They're consistent with iconography found in Nazca pottery and textiles. Ancient art often exaggerates proportions for symbolic reasons. If big eyes were proof of aliens, every owl drawing from kindergarten to medieval manuscripts would qualify. But let's be generous for a moment. The reason von Däniken's theory caught fire is because it tapped into something deeper, our awe. Our hunger to believe that we're part of something bigger, that someone or something was here before us, guiding us, watching us. And let's face it, the idea of ancient people casually phoning ET through sand drawings is cool. But here's the twist. The truth, as always, might be stranger than fiction, because the Nazca didn't need aliens to be impressive. They already were. They designed complex aqueducts in an environment where survival seemed impossible. They mastered agriculture in near-zero rainfall. They created art on a scale we still struggle to comprehend. They were astronomers, engineers, and visionaries without needing to call in the Martians. And that's the part we sometimes forget. When we say they couldn't have done this alone, what we're really doing is underestimating ancient humans. We're projecting our own biases onto the past. We assume that if we couldn't build it with stone and sweat, no one else could. But history keeps proving otherwise. The pyramids built with ingenuity and manpower, not laser levels. The Great Wall of China, the product of centuries of human persistence, not alien contractors. Stonehenge, a marvel of logistics astronomy, and massive rocks being dragged through sheer willpower and sheer mud. So perhaps the most respectful and accurate thing we can say about the Nazca Lines is this: they didn't need help from the stars. They were already reaching for them. Still, that doesn't mean we can't marvel. Because even when you strip away the space, theories, the Nazca Lines remain breathtaking. Imagine waking up every day in a parched, sun-blasted valley, looking out over miles of open land and deciding, today I will draw a hummingbird big enough to make the sky take notice. That kind of ambition is timeless. It's the same impulse that drives someone to build a cathedral over 4 generations, to write a symphony no one may ever hear, to carve a message into the world, and trust that someone someday will see it and wonder. And perhaps that's the real point. The Nazca Lines are not just desert art. They're not just religious symbols or ritual maps or cosmic calendars. They are a reminder of the human need to leave a mark, to connect, to speak into the silence even when no reply is guaranteed. They say we were here, we mattered, and across centuries of dust and wind and time, we're still listening. So maybe that's enough. Maybe the mystery isn't why they were made, or who they were for, or how they were built. Maybe the mystery is the message, a whisper in the sand, a spiral that never ends, a question perfectly carved that never needed an answer. You stand at the edge of the hummingbird's wing, arms crossed, sun beating down. No aliens, no magic, just a people who believed that what they did on the ground could echo in the heavens. And honestly, that's far more impressive. You wipe the sweat from your brow. The Nazca Desert has a way of making you feel small, like the ground beneath your feet is older than your thoughts and has no intention of sharing its secrets. But for all its stillness, this place is far from static. In fact, it's changing, and fast. Because here's the modern twist in our story. The greatest threat to the Nazca Lines today isn't weather, or time, or erosion. It's us. The very thing that makes the Nazca Lines so captivating, that uncanny scale, those geometric marvels visible only from the sky, has also made them irresistible. To tourists, to opportunists, and even on occasion, to people with very large trucks and very bad timing. Let's rewind to one of the more infamous incidents. In 2018, a commercial truck driver took a detour, apparently to avoid paying a toll, and drove right through the protected area containing some of the ancient geoglyphs. Just steered his 18-wheeler over 2,000-year-old history like it was a dusty shortcut to his delivery. The damaged deep tire tracks that tore through parts of the fragile surface crust. And worse, no amount of sweeping or sand smoothing can truly undo that kind of scar. Now, this wasn't the first time the lines had been damaged. In fact, back in 2014, Greenpeace activists staged a publicity stunt during a climate conference by laying a large banner directly beside the hummingbird glyph. The stunt, meant to raise awareness, instead caused outrage. Archaeologists were horrified. Why? Because even walking on the desert floor leaves a permanent mark. The top layer of oxidized stone that gives the Nazca Lines their distinct outline is easily disturbed. And once it's gone, the design is gone with it. You can't fix a 500-year-old geoglyph with a broom and good intentions. So now conservationists are on edge. Despite being declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1994, the Nazca Lines sit in a paradox, famous but fragile, accessible, yet deeply vulnerable. And as tourism grows, so does the pressure. You can imagine the scene. Tourists eager for the perfect photo leaning too far over a fence. Drones buzzing where they shouldn't. Local guides under pressure to show guests a little more up close for the right price. It's not just physical damage either. The infrastructure built to support tourism, roads, runways, hotels, creep steadily toward the perimeter. Every year, the desert becomes just a little more touched by civilization. But this raises a deeper question. How do you preserve something that was never meant to be touched. The Nazca people didn't design their lines for us. They weren't tourist attractions. They were offerings, ceremonies, celestial maps, or maybe just sacred secrets whispered into the dirt. And yet now we fly over them in Cessna planes with window seats and free peanuts. Don't get me wrong. There's value in seeing them. There's awe. There's inspiration. But there's also responsibility. And that's where things get complicated. Because the lines can't protect themselves. They have no fences, no barriers, no angry hummingbird-shaped security guard wagging his wing. Their preservation depends entirely on us. That's where technology comes in. Modern conservationists are now turning to drones and satellite imaging, not just for discovery, but for defense. High-resolution aerial photography allows researchers to monitor changes in the lines with incredible precision. Even a shift in sand, a new tire track, or minor erosion can now be detected and addressed. Some projects even use machine learning to predict where future damage might occur, like early warning systems for sacred ground. In 2019, a team from Yamagata University in Japan announced the discovery of over 140 new geoglyphs using these very tools. Many of them were smaller than the classic ones often located in remote areas. Some were humanoid. Others resembled animals not previously associated with the Nazca, like catsfish, and even what looked suspiciously like a dancing person. These new discoveries deepened the mystery, but also intensified the urgency. Because if we're still finding new figures now, after a century of study, how many have already been lost? How many were accidentally erased by a hiker, a tire, or a storm no one thought to measure? Conservationists now face a difficult balancing act, making the Nazca Lines accessible enough to inspire wonder and funding, but protected enough to survive the next 100 years, or 1,000. And the clock is ticking, because here's the other threat. No one saw coming climate change. The Nazca Desert has long benefited from a very specific kind of weather, basically none. Its hyper-arid conditions have kept the lines preserved for centuries. The lack of rain means the surface crust remains undisturbed, the light-colored subsurface soil left exposed in clean, sharp contrast. But as global climate patterns shift, so does the Nazca region. Unseasonal rainfall, once a rare event, has begun to appear more frequently. In 2009, for instance, unexpected rains caused partial flooding in the area. And with rain comes erosion sediment movement and the breakdown of those ancient delicate contrasts between dark and light soil. Water, the very thing the Nazca prayed for with their lines, might now be what unravels them. And that more than anything, feels like a cruel cosmic irony. So what do we do? At present, local authorities, international researchers, and UNESCO are collaborating to implement tighter protections. Some ideas include more defined tourist paths, stricter drone regulations, and controlled flyover routes to minimize damage from aircraft turbulence. There's even discussion about limiting foot traffic in certain areas altogether, using virtual reality tours and high-resolution scans instead of physical access. You can't damage a glyph if you never leave the sofa. Of course, this raises its own set of questions. Can people truly care about something they've never touched? Can reverence survive a Zoom call? Maybe. But maybe reverence isn't about physical proximity. Maybe it's about understanding. Because if there's one thing the Nazca Lines teach us, it's that meaning doesn't come from explanation. It comes from attention. These lines have survived because someone cared enough to draw them, walk them, protect them. Now it's our turn to care, to preserve, to listen. Because once a line is gone, it's gone. not erased, but unwritten. A word in the ancient conversation between earth and sky, lost forever. And we'll never know what it was trying to say. So you stand there in the desert breeze watching the sun sink low. The spider stretches its legs across the sand perfectly still. The hummingbird waits wings poised. The lines hold, but only just. The sun dips lower on the Nazca horizon, casting long shadows over lines carved by hands that vanished more than 1,000 years ago. You stare at the shapes in the dust, now softly glowing gold in the evening light. They've lasted this long, but they feel fragile, like one strong wind could undo everything. But for all their mystery and beauty, the Nazca Lines still hold one central haunting question. Why here? Why did an ancient civilization, with no apparent aerial perspective, dedicate time and energy to carve shapes into a landscape so vast and so desolate that no one at ground level could properly see them? And maybe more importantly, what were they hoping to get in return? This is where modern archaeology meets the human condition. Because even as researchers use LiDAR spectral imaging and GIS mapping to study the lines, they know that technology can only take them so far. What lies behind these lines isn't just data, it's belief. And belief, well, doesn't always leave fingerprints. Let's take a closer look at the placement of the lines, because this is where things get weird. Most of the major geoglyphs are concentrated on a high plateau between the Nazca and Ingenio rivers, a space that seems barren at first glance. But beneath the surface, it hides a secret. This is where aquifers run deepest. Some of the long straight lines intersect exactly with the underground water veins the Nazca tapped, using their spiral-shaped pukios. Coincidence? Maybe not. This has led some archaeologists to propose that the lines weren't just art, they were a kind of sacred irrigation map, a blend of engineering and religion. You walk the path of the line to honor the water running beneath your feet. You thank the gods for guiding it. You etch a hummingbird into the earth above a wellspring as a symbol of agility and life. Think of it as geo-ritual cartography. It's a poetic theory, one that blends the Nazca's technical brilliance with their spiritual hunger. And it also reframes how we look at the geoglyphs. They weren't meant to be viewed in the same way we do from the air. They were meant to be experienced from the ground, walked during ceremonies, traced with feet and prayers, understood through movement, not observation. In fact, some lines are loops, circular paths that don't lead anywhere except back to the start. That feels less like a road map and more like a ritual, a meditation, a kind of ancient walking labyrinth. And there's something beautifully human about that. Creating something massive and intricate, not to impress others, but to express something inward. To make a symbol so big that only the sky or the gods could appreciate it fully. But of course, not all the lines sit neatly on top of aquifers. Some are sprawled far from any water source. Others lead into the hills. Some intersect with burial grounds, others with nothing at all. It's like trying to solve a crossword puzzle written in 4 different languages, 3 of which no longer exist, which leads us back to another possibility. The lines evolved in meaning over time. Just as our modern cities grow shift and layer one purpose atop another, so too could the Nazca have built and rebuilt these geoglyphs for different reasons. Maybe the first were part of a water ritual. Later, the lines took on symbolic or social functions. Maybe different families or clans owned certain lines or figures. Maybe some were seasonal paths. Maybe others were just meant to impress the neighbors Archaeological layers reveal that the Nazca Lines weren't made all at once. Some date back to 500 BC. Others appear to have been carved centuries later, overlapping or branching off from earlier ones. This suggests not a single project, but a tradition. Generations of people returning to the same desert, adding to a vast visual tapestry. The way we add cathedrals to cities, monuments to battlefields, graffiti to alleyways. Each new mark saying, we're still here. We still remember. But again, not every figure fits the neat ceremonial model. There are geoglyphs that appear utterly baffling. Some that seem abstract. Others that look like they were drawn just for the sheer joy of drawing a long hand with 5 fingers splayed wide a bird with 2 curled antennae and that one long-armed humanoid waving at nothing in particular. And you start to wonder, what if some of these weren't messages? What if some were just art? What if a Nazca artisan stood one morning on a ridge, looked out at the blank canvas of desert and thought, what if I drew a giant lizard today? What if a child helped push stones aside? What if whole communities gathered? Not because they needed to, but because they wanted to. What if this too was joy? We often forget that mystery doesn't have to be functional. That ancient people weren't just engineers and farmers. They were dreamers, artists, ritualists. They might have known hunger, but they also knew imagination. And maybe the Nazca Lines are evidence of both. A civilization grappling with scarcity, drawing lines to summon rain, and at the same time carving hummingbirds just to watch them stretch out across the earth like prayers with wings. There's one more piece to this puzzle. Some recent research has shown that certain geoglyphs align with the surrounding mountain peaks, especially those regarded as apus, or sacred spirits in Andean cosmology. This ties the lines not just to the sky or the ground, but to the horizon, the boundary between earth and heaven. It's a kind of triangulation. Earth, sky, mountain, a network of belief mapped in stone. And maybe that's the answer we've been dancing around this whole time. The Nazca Lines weren't one thing. They were everything. Sacred, practical, symbolic, joyful, painstaking, beautiful, and fleeting. Even now, as the climate changes, as tourists trample, and dunes shift, the lines fade. Just a little, not all at once, but gradually, the way memory does, the way even the best stories blur at the edges over time. And still, something about them lingers. Because the Nazca Lines aren't just what they show us. They're what they ask of us. To look closer, to wonder more, to imagine what it means to leave something behind, not because it's useful, but because it means something. So, as the sun disappears completely and the desert slips into cold shadow, the lines stretch on, silent, mysterious, and waiting still to be understood. Night settles over the desert like a soft black veil, and the wind cools at last. But you're still awake, lying under a blanket of stars that haven't changed since the Nazca first looked up, and imagine they could draw on the earth to speak to the sky. You close your eyes just for a moment, and when you open them again, you're somewhere else. Back in the mountains, high in the Andes, but not at Rupkund and not at the Nazca Plains either. You're standing before something far more recent, yet no less mysterious. A place that doesn't stretch across hundreds of kilometers like the Nazca Lines, nor freeze its secrets beneath ice like a Himalayan lake, but hides its enigmas in plain sight. It's a building, technically, but not just any building. you're standing in front of the Vatican secret archives, or if you prefer their less dramatic official name, the Archivum Secretum Apostolicum Vaticanum. Sounds fancy, doesn't it? Buried deep within the Vatican City's fortified walls lies one of the most secretive, heavily guarded collections of documents in the world. Over 53 miles of shelving, more than 35,000 volumes. Scrolls, papal letters, censored texts, ancient maps, scientific treatises, even coded correspondence between monarchs and popes, dating back over 1,000 years. And for centuries, no one was allowed inside. The name Secret Archives doesn't help. It evokes all the right images: shadowy cardinals, torch-lit tunnels, maybe the occasional dusty scroll that screams when you open it. It sounds like the kind of place where you'd find evidence of the Holy Grail, or instructions for building a time machine out of incense and Latin. In reality, the word secretum originally meant private in Latin, not hidden. These were simply the personal papers of the Pope, not meant for public circulation. But over the centuries, as the collection grew and the Church's power expanded, the legend of what might be locked away began to grow as well. And what's legend without a little mystery? For most of its history, the Vatican kept the archives sealed to all but a select few church scholars. It wasn't until 1881 that Pope Leo XIII opened the collection sort of to outside researchers. Today, you can technically request access, but the process is strict, slow, and requires serious academic credentials. No tourists. No curious wanderers with flashlights. No Da Vinci Code cosplay. Only about 1,000 researchers per year are granted limited access. And even then, you're not exactly free to roam the stacks. You request a specific document by name, and if you're lucky, someone brings it to you. Want to browse? Good luck. It's like walking into the Library of Congress and being told you can read one book, but only if you already know exactly what it's called, which begs the obvious question: what's in there that we're not allowed to see? Well, that depends on who you ask. Some claim the Vatican archives contain definitive proof of alien life letters between popes and extraterrestrials, buried beneath layers of redacted text and divine Latin grammar. Others believe the archives hide long-lost prophecies, ones too terrifying or disruptive to be made public. Predictions about the end of the world, the Antichrist, the return of Christ, or all three, scheduled on the same unfortunate Tuesday. There are rumors of missing books of the Bible Gospels written by Mary Magdalene Thomas, or even Judas, that were excluded from the official canon because they challenged church authority. And then, of course, there's the old favorite evidence that Jesus was married, that he had children, that his bloodline continues to this day, carefully tracked and cataloged by Vatican scribes with very serious expressions. Are any of these stories true? Almost certainly not. But, and this is important, something is being kept from the public. Not necessarily aliens or antichrists, but documents that could rewrite parts of history. Political correspondence between popes and dictators. Reports on internal church scandals centuries before modern headlines. Sensitive records about the church's role in colonialism, the Inquisition, or its complex, often troubling relationship with regimes during World War II. There's power in information, and the Vatican understands this better than most, but not all secrets are sinister. Some are simply delicate. Imagine holding a letter written by Galileo pleading with church officials after being accused of heresy, or a scroll from the 9th century detailing a lost Christian sect's beliefs that diverged wildly from Catholic doctrine, or maps showing how the church once imagined the world before America was a twinkle in a cartographer's eye. These are the kinds of treasures the archives do contain. We know because a few over time have been made public, and each one reveals how complex, fallible, and deeply human the history of the church really is. So why keep it all locked away? Some of it is about preservation. Old manuscripts are fragile. Scrolls disintegrate under too much light or temperature change. Ancient inks fade if exposed too long. Limiting access helps ensure these artifacts survive for future generations. But part of it is also about control. About deciding how the past is interpreted and who gets to do the interpreting. And that's where the Vatican archives stop being just a library and start becoming a mirror. Because here's the uncomfortable truth: we all keep secrets. We all curate our histories. We choose what to remember and what to forget, what to share, and what to lock in a box labeled "Not Yet." The Vatican just happens to do it on a much larger scale, with better calligraphy. And yet, even with all its mystery, even with 53 miles of secrets hidden under Rome, the Vatican archives still fall into the same pattern you've seen before, like the Nazca Lines, like Rupkund, like Cambyses' army. They're places filled with silence, places that make you lean forward and ask why. And the answer is never simple. So you stand before the gates figuratively, if not literally, and wonder what it would be like to walk those halls, to touch a parchment written 1,000 years ago, to find maybe not a cosmic secret, but a deeply personal one, a reminder that even popes, saints, and emperors wrote awkward letters, had fears, made mistakes. And suddenly, the mystery becomes more intimate, because the scariest thing in the archives isn't a prophecy about doomsday or a Vatican cover-up. It's that somewhere deep in those shelves is a document written by someone who lived and died just like you, someone who wanted to be remembered, someone who hoped their words would matter, and yet no one knows their name. The archives are full of those voices, whispering from the margins, asking, even now, are you listening? You're still at the gates, still picturing the shelves. 53 miles of memory, parchments that flake at the edges, ink faded to a soft brown whisper, shelves that run so far they might as well curve with the earth. And somewhere in the dark of the Vatican archives, maybe there's a story that was never meant to be told. One that was hidden, not to protect the document, but to protect the world from the document. That's the idea anyway. Because while much of what's inside the archives probably resembles the world's most intimidating filing cabinet tax records, papal appointments, endless letters that begin with, "Dear Your Holiness," there are rumors that suggest something more. Volatile. Let's talk about the prophecy of the popes. This one comes from a 12th century Irish archbishop named Saint Malachy, who supposedly received a divine vision while visiting Rome in 1139. According to legend, he saw a list of all future popes, 112 in total, each described with a cryptic Latin phrase. Some are oddly poetic, from the labor of the sun. Others almost taunting the glory of the olive. And the last one, Peter, the Roman, who will feed his flock in many tribulations. And when these things are finished, the city of 7 hills will be destroyed, and the dreadful judge will judge his people. Cool. So according to this interpretation, the last pope on the list will oversee the end of the church, possibly the end of everything. No pressure. Now here's where it gets juicy. Pope Benedict XVI was number 111. That would make Pope Francis, the current pope, the final name on the list. Cue dramatic organ music. Of course, most scholars reject the prophecy as a medieval hoax. The list didn't appear until the 1590s, over 400 years after Malachi's death, and just in time to influence a papal election. How convenient. But that hasn't stopped people from wondering, what if the prophecy's real? Or more to the point, what if the Vatican believes it's real? Imagine you're the keeper of an archive that might contain proof, real or imagined, that your own institution has a built-in expiration date. Do you publish that? Do you let it circulate? Or do you quietly not? That's the tension running through so many stories about the Vatican archives. It's not always about what's in there. It's about the possibility that something in there could change the way we see everything. Take the infamous chronovisor legend. According to conspiracy lore, hidden in the Vatican's depths is a device built in the 1950s by a team of scientists led by a Benedictine monk that can see through time. Not a time machine exactly, but a kind of spiritual television, a device that allows you to tune in to past events. People claim it was used to witness the crucifixion, to view Napoleon's coronation, to spy on historical events as if history were being live-streamed. Is there any evidence for this? Absolutely not, but it's a compelling idea, a machine that lets you observe the past, but not alter it. The ultimate confession booth for humanity. Of course, it also feeds the sense that the Vatican knows more than it tells. That beneath the robes and rituals, there are secrets wrapped in velvet and sealed in wax. Not just religious documents, but dangerous knowledge. And maybe that's what makes this archive unlike any other in the world. It's not just old, it's sacred. It doesn't just hold records, it holds revelations. Or so the legends say. Let's take a breath. The reality, as always, is probably much more mundane. Most of the Vatican archives are what you'd expect from a millennium-spanning institution. Land deeds, property disputes, papal bulls, letters of excommunication, diplomatic dispatches. Still important, still fascinating, but not the kind of thing you base an apocalypse on. And yet, for every mundane record, there's a possibility that something earth-shaking lies just a few shelves away. A letter suppressed, a scroll never translated, a document misfiled, forgotten for centuries. Even today, archivists are still cataloging new finds. In 2020, a set of medieval papal documents was discovered that sheds new light on the Church's dealings with the Knights Templar, those iconic crusading warriors turned banker monks who were disbanded in the 14th century amid scandal rumors of heresy and, yes, possible treasure. Spoiler: the document suggested the Templars may have been unfairly accused, which is kind of a big deal when your entire downfall was built on charges of blasphemy. And that's the point. Sometimes the secrets in the archive aren't explosive because they confirm wild theories. Sometimes they're explosive because they quietly correct history. They change the narrative, and that can be more dangerous than any prophecy or chronovisor could ever be. Because narratives shape nations, faith, identity, power. A single letter from a pope to a king, a suppressed gospel, a misinterpreted doctrine. Any of these, if revealed, could spark centuries of scholarship outrage or reconciliation. So the Vatican protects them, not necessarily because they're hiding monsters, but because they're guarding meaning. And meaning, as we've seen, is the most powerful thing you can bury. Of course, none of this stops the whispers. That's part of the archive's allure. It doesn't matter how many letters they declassify or how many new researchers they admit each year. The suspicion is baked in. Because what if the real secrets aren't even in the archive? What if they're in a smaller room, deeper down behind a door with no key? What if some stories are so disruptive that they've been removed entirely from the official collection hidden elsewhere. Guarded not by policies, but by silence. You laugh because even as you doubt it, a little part of you wants it to be true. Because the unknown is comforting in its own way. If the world still has secrets, it means there's still more to learn, more to discover, more stories waiting in the dark. And so the Vatican archives remain half fact, half myth. An institution of paper and parchment and a temple of the unknown. And you can't help but wonder, if you could hold just one document in your hands, one scroll, one letter, one secret lost to time, what would it be? And would it make you feel wiser or more lost than ever? You step away from the imaginary shelves, the air cooling behind you. Another mystery unresolved. Another truth still wrapped in leather and dust. But the path ahead, still open and full of questions. You step outside the Vatican's mental labyrinth, back into the daylight, blinking like someone who's just exited a long, quiet cathedral. Only now, everything seems brighter, noisier, more modern. You can almost feel the weight of the centuries behind you, like you're carrying a few too many secrets in your backpack. But before you can even catch your breath, the next mystery is already waiting. And this one is beneath your feet, deep beneath the city of Rome, just a few hundred feet from the grandeur of St. Peter's Basilica, lies a place older than the Renaissance, older than Christianity itself, the Roman catacombs. Now, we all think we know what a catacomb is. Dark echoing tunnels, flickering torchlight, walls lined with skulls staring out, with that eternally judgmental expression only skeletons can pull off. And yes, Rome's catacombs have all that. But they also hold something stranger, something scholars are still struggling to explain. Let's start with the basics. The Roman catacombs are a vast network of underground burial chambers, built primarily between the 2nd and 5th centuries AD. They were used by early Christians, Jews, and even pagans when surface cemeteries became overcrowded, and when Christian burials were still being conducted in secret. You enter through a narrow passageway carved from volcanic rock, and the temperature drops immediately. The air feels thick, ancient. Walls stretch in every direction, some tight enough to make you duck, others opening up into small underground chapels where prayers were whispered when it wasn't yet safe to speak aloud above ground. Thousands of tombs line these tunnels. Some are simple shelves, others elaborately carved niches adorned with faded frescoes, marble inscriptions or symbols like the fish, the anchor, or the chiro. At first, it seems like exactly what you'd expect from a sacred subterranean graveyard. But then you notice something off. Some catacombs are arranged in inexplicably precise geometric patterns, hallways forming crosses, circles, or even star-like layouts that seem too intentional to be coincidental. In certain chambers, carved symbols don't match known Christian or pagan iconography. There are spiral motifs, interlocked triangles, and even carvings that resemble maps, or perhaps constellations. One site, in the Catacomb of Priscilla, features a fresco often pointed to by fringe theorists and religious historians alike. A woman with her arms raised in a gesture of authority, flanked by other women. Some interpret this as a depiction of an early female priest or bishop, something the church has long denied ever existed. Was this just a symbolic image, a representation of prayer, or a lost memory of an early, more gender-inclusive church? That's one of the mysteries the Vatican isn't keen to explore in detail. Other symbols suggest syncretism, the blending of belief systems. In one corridor, you might see Christian fish next to Mithraic stars, or ancient Hebrew inscriptions next to Greco-Roman imagery. It's like theological graffiti, a place where religions overlapped and whispered to each other in the dark. But the strangest part of all, some of the tombs contain remains that don't quite fit. We're talking about skeletal structures that seem out-of-place bones larger than average for the population at the time skulls, with cranial deformations that appear deliberate, even ritualistic. Now, to be fair, these could have entirely rational explanations. Trepanation, ancient skull surgeries were practiced in multiple cultures. Cranial shaping was common among some Roman-era groups, especially elites, who wanted to mimic the look of emperors or gods. But the scale and concentration of such remains in specific chambers suggests something more deliberate, almost like a burial space for a very particular group of people. Or something else. Cue the speculation. Some researchers believe these areas may have been reserved for an early Christian sect, now lost to history. Others suggest the remains may have belonged to a separate ethnic group or a religious minority with unique burial practices. And of course, the fringe theorists arrive right on cue. They whisper about Nephilim, biblical giants said to have walked the earth before the flood. They point to Book of Enoch references and murmur about underground bloodlines carefully buried away from the public eye. They cite forbidden texts, ancient conspiracies, and obscure footnotes in Vatican doctrine. Are these theories based on fact? Not really. Are they fascinating? Absolutely. But you don't need giants or time travelers to find something unsettling in the catacombs. The truth is eerie enough, because here's what archaeologists have discovered. In multiple catacombs across Rome, there are sealed chambers, bricked off, unmarked, hidden behind layers of earth. No official records indicate who's buried there or why the entrances were sealed. In some cases, attempts to open them have been blocked, not by structural issues, but by bureaucracy. Vatican oversight, preservation excuses. For safety, they say, and maybe that's true, but maybe there's something down there they don't want to explain. Something that doesn't fit the narrative. It could be a long-lost sect, a heretical order, a pile of texts that rewrite what we thought we knew. Or it could be nothing but dust and collapsed bricks, burial chambers, with no deeper secret than the slow grind of time. Still, isn't that the fun of it? The way history lets us fill the gaps with wonder. The way every locked door invites 1,000 interpretations. The way we keep going back to these places, not because we're guaranteed answers, but because we hope. And the Roman catacombs offer that in spades. Hope, mystery, reverence, and that soft, persistent whisper. There's more beneath the surface, literally. So next time you walk over cobblestones in Rome, sipping espresso, or dodging a scooter, remember that just beneath your feet might be a sealed corridor filled with bones and questions. And if by some stroke of fate you ever get to go down there, take a moment. Run your fingers along the stone. Listen for echoes. Imagine the prayers whispered in secret, the hands that carved those walls by candlelight, the stories they meant to tell or meant to bury. And ask yourself, what have we forgotten? And what, in the quietest corners of history, is still waiting to be found? You're still walking, not through tunnels anymore, but through time, through the layers that pile up silently beneath every city, every church, every footstep. If the Roman catacombs are about what's buried under the city, then our next mystery lies beneath something bigger. Much bigger. The Vatican itself, because for all the attention we've given to the secret archives, there's another layer of Vatican mystery that's just as old, just as quiet, and perhaps even more sacred. It's called the Vatican necropolis, and you'd never know it was there because it sits directly beneath the grand dome of St. Peter's Basilica, one of the most famous buildings on Earth. Tourists flood the plaza above it every day, snapping selfies and craning their necks toward Michelangelo's architectural masterpiece. But just below, in the dark soil of Rome, lie tombs that predate Christianity, pagan graves, Roman mausoleums, and maybe, just maybe, the bones of St. Peter himself. Yes, that Peter, the one who walked with Jesus, the one who denied him 3 times, the one who became the first bishop of Rome, the first pope, the rock on which the church was built. Let's back up. According to Christian tradition, Peter was crucified in Rome around 64 AD during the reign of Emperor Nero. Not just crucified, upside down by his own request, believing himself unworthy to die in the same manner as Jesus. His body, legend says, was buried in a shallow grave on Vatican Hill, a place used at the time as a burial ground. Over the centuries, a small shrine was built over his grave. Later, when Constantine legalized Christianity, that modest monument became the foundation for the first St. Peter's Basilica. Fast forward 1,000 years or so, and that building gets replaced by the structure we know today, the Renaissance masterpiece that draws millions each year. But Peter's tomb, it was never moved, and for centuries, no one dared to dig for it. Not because they didn't care, but because they cared too much. It wasn't until 1939, when workers were digging a tomb for Pope Pius XI beneath the Basilica, that something extraordinary happened. While expanding the grotto beneath the church, they broke into a long-forgotten underground corridor and found rows of Roman-era graves. Archaeologists were called in quietly. For years, the excavation was kept secret, supervised directly by the Vatican. And what they uncovered was astonishing: mosaics, wall inscriptions, pagan and early Christian burials side by side. And in one especially elaborate niche, a small marble monument covered in ancient graffiti, they found something the faithful had been hoping for since the days of Nero. Bones wrapped in purple cloth, tucked into a niche that early Christians had labeled with the phrase Petros in Greek, for Peter is here. Now, let's be clear, proving that a set of 2,000-year-old bones belong to a specific person is, scientifically speaking, extremely difficult. The Vatican has never performed full DNA testing, and even if it had, there's no first-century Peter database for comparison. But to many, the circumstantial evidence is compelling. The bones were those of a man in his 60s or 70s. Strong build, buried with reverence, hidden away in what was clearly a sacred spot for early Christians, and located directly beneath the high altar of the modern basilica, a place where only Peter was ever supposed to rest. In 1968, Pope Paul VI publicly announced that the bones found were believed to be those of St. Peter, and that belief continues today. So, yes, visitors to St. Peter's Basilica may not know it, but as they gaze upward at the dome, they're standing directly over the supposed remains of the first pope, the fisherman from Galilee. But there's more to the necropolis than Peter. The burial chambers are beautifully preserved, tiny colorful mausoleums covered in frescoes and mosaics, inscriptions to long-forgotten Romans, symbols that reflect a culture in religious transition. You'll see the anchor of hope, the fish of Christ, and sometimes side-by-side figures of pagan and Christian imagery, like Dionysus reclining next to a cross. It's a visual record of a city in flux, where the old gods were slowly giving way to a new one. And here's where the mystery deepens. Because while most necropolises simply served the dead, this one served a narrative. It became quite literally the foundation of the church. Think about it. The Church of St. Peter, built on top of what might be his grave. The city of Rome, once the enemy of Christians, now their capital. And the papacy, an institution that spans nearly 2,000 years, begins and symbolically continues right on top of this sacred dirt. The bones under that altar aren't just relics. They're a claim, a statement, a symbol so powerful that centuries of tradition were built around it. But does the Vatican necropolis hold other secrets? Possibly. Much of the area beneath the Basilica remains unexcavated. The necropolis is a tight maze of tombs, many still sealed, some too fragile to explore. And access is extremely limited. Only small groups of visitors are allowed each day, and only by special permission. Why? Partly preservation. The environment down there is delicate. Humidity, carbon dioxide, even the body heat of tourists can damage the artwork. But partly, it's about control. As with the secret archives, the church decides what can be seen and what cannot. So we're left with possibilities. Could there be more? Early Christian graves, lost saints, forgotten texts buried in sealed chambers. Could the underground basilica hide relics that tell a story the world isn't ready to hear? Or is that just our own desire for drama coloring? What is already a deeply moving place? Maybe it's enough to know that people once walked down there with oil lamps and grief in their hearts, burying the ones they loved, under the city they feared. Maybe the real mystery is how those lives, quiet, ordinary, faithful, became the stones on which an empire of belief was built. And maybe the most remarkable thing isn't what was hidden, but what was never lost. Because despite wars, earthquakes, sackings, and centuries of change, the memory of Peter stayed, buried, but never forgotten. So as you rise again into the candlelit space of the basilica above, where choir echoes off marble and gold, you feel the weight of history beneath your feet, not as a burden, but as a foundation. And you wonder what else the earth might still be holding. What names, what truths, what forgotten voices are still waiting to rise. You step out into the Vatican courtyard, blinking against the sunlight, carrying the weight of Peter's tomb, like a stone in your pocket, unseen but impossible to ignore. And just when you think you've finished your descent into the church's layered past, someone hands you a different kind of mystery, one not buried underground, but tucked inside something deceptively small. A book, more precisely, a book that doesn't exist, or rather one that once did, and then didn't. We're talking about the Gospel of Mary, not Matthew, not Mark. Mary, as in Mary Magdalene. Cue the dramatic organ music again. For centuries, Mary Magdalene was painted with a certain brush. You know, the one fallen woman, redeemed sinner, tearful follower, who wiped Jesus' feet with her hair. That's the Sunday school version. But what if she was more than that? What if she wasn't just a follower, but a leader, a teacher, a partner in Christ's inner circle? What if her version of the gospel was so radical, so spiritually subversive, that it was buried intentionally beneath centuries of silence? That's what the Gospel of Mary hints at. This lost text was discovered in the late 19th century in a 5th century papyrus codex bought on the antiquities market in Cairo. Later, other fragments turned up in ancient Greek pieces of what scholars believe was once a full gospel, written sometime in the 2nd century AD. And in it, Mary Magdalene is not a weeping bystander. She is a visionary, a trusted disciple, one who receives teachings from Jesus that the other apostles apparently did not. In one scene, Peter challenges Mary's closeness to Jesus, and she responds not with tears, but with wisdom. She recounts spiritual revelations, including teachings on the soul's ascent after death and guidance on how to release attachments to the material world. In short, it's less blessed are the meek and more transcend your ego through inner knowledge. This isn't the Jesus of the Sunday sermons. This is the Jesus of Mystery School's personal revelation and a divine connection that lives within, not above you. And it gets better, because in this version of events, Mary isn't rebuked. She's followed. The apostles are stunned, then humbled. Levi, another disciple, even defends her, saying, "Surely the Savior knew her very well. That is why he loved her more than us." You can almost hear the stained glass crack. So why haven't you heard of this gospel before? Because it wasn't included in the official New Testament canon. When the church compiled the Gospels in the 4th century, they had dozens, maybe hundreds to choose from. Only 4 made the final cut. The rest were deemed apocryphal, heretical, or just too weird. The Gospel of Mary was one of those left behind. And here's where it gets even more mysterious. The version we have is incomplete. The first 6 pages are missing, as are several pages in the middle. Imagine reading Hamlet and skipping every other act, or listening to Bohemian Rhapsody with the volume dropping out every chorus. You'd still get the vibe, but you'd miss the depth. Some scholars believe those missing pages were destroyed on purpose. Others think they were lost to time. Either way, what we're left with is tantalizingly incomplete, a gospel that dares to challenge everything we think we know about the early church, but leaves us guessing just enough to never be certain. And here's the kicker. It's not just the Gospel of Mary. There are other lost gospels too. The Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Judas, the Gospel of Philip. All of them paint a more mystical, esoteric version of Jesus, less concerned with rules, more focused on awakening. Less church as an institution, more kingdom of God within you. These texts emphasize secret knowledge, gnosis, inner light, and spiritual independence, which, if you're building a centralized religious structure in the 4th century, is a problem. Because mystics don't follow rules. They don't pay tithes. They don't need bishops or middlemen. They go straight to the source. And so these gospels were set aside, suppressed, branded heresy. Some were burned, others buried. The Nag Hammadi Library, a cache of ancient manuscripts discovered in Egypt in 1945, contained many of these forgotten writings hidden for centuries in clay jars, just waiting for someone to ask the right questions. But what about the Vatican? Surely, if these gospels are real and potentially revolutionary, the church must have known about them long before their modern rediscovery. And that's the whisper, that the Vatican's secret archives may contain older, fuller versions of these gospels. That copies of the Gospel of Mary, complete and untranslated, have been locked away to avoid theological chaos. That somewhere in the vaults, a scroll sits on a shelf carrying the parts of Mary's message we were never meant to see. Is there any proof? Of course not, but that hasn't stopped the theories. Some say that certain Vatican scholars have privately studied these texts and chosen silence over disclosure. Others claim papal edicts exist sealed and coded that explicitly forbid their release. And while we can't verify any of that, we can say this: the idea of Mary Magdalene as a gospel author, not just a witness, but a spiritual leader, has been a threat to power for centuries. Because if her gospel is true, if Jesus saw women not just as followers, but as equals. If divine truth was meant to be personal rather than institutional, then the foundations shake, not because it invalidates Christianity, but because it redefines it. And that's the real reason these texts matter. They don't just offer new facts. They offer new frames, ways of seeing faith not as dogma, but as discovery. Not as law, but as light. So you sit with that for a moment. A gospel buried for centuries. A voice silenced. A message only partly received. It makes you wonder, how many more stories lie just beneath the surface? And whether the church, in guarding what it sees as sacred, has also guarded itself against a more radical truth, that sometimes the divine speaks from unexpected places, like a woman's voice in a room full of men, like a page that survived fire, like a story we were never supposed to find, but found anyway. You step back from the gospel fragments, your mind humming with possibilities. Mary Magdalene's words, half missing, half whispered, linger like incense. But even as you try to sit with that, the next question sidles up beside you, like it's always been there. If we've lost this much, what else is missing? Because it's not just the Gospels that might have been edited, erased, or sealed away. It's history itself, and nowhere is that more evident than in the story of the Inquisition. Cue the shadowy corridors, the flickering torchlight, the sound of chains you're not sure you're imagining. The word Inquisition conjures all kinds of dramatic imagery. Dark-robed interrogators, heretics burning in public squares, forbidden texts confiscated and destroyed. And while not every image matches the facts, many are rooted in a very real, very complex chapter of Catholic history. Let's set the stage. The first official Inquisition began in the 12th century, aimed at rooting out heretical movements that threatened church authority, particularly the Cathars, a Christian sect in southern France, who believed the material world was evil and that the church had become corrupt. They weren't exactly fans of gold-plated bishops or papal palaces, so the church responded with force. Over the centuries, the Inquisition evolved. Spain's version, beginning in the late 1400s under Ferdinand and Isabella, became the most notorious, largely due to its blend of politics, paranoia, and pain. Its targets weren't just heretics, but converted Jews and Muslims suspected of backsliding into their former faiths. Protestants, mystics, philosophers, and even scientists came under suspicion as Europe stumbled into the Renaissance. Now here's where it gets interesting. The Vatican has detailed records from this era, testimonies, trial transcripts, lists of forbidden books, confessions, some voluntary, others coaxed, and for centuries those records were kept secret, locked away in the archives, unread, untouched. In 1998, under Pope John Paul II, a few thousand pages from the Roman Inquisition were finally made available to scholars, sparking debates, documentaries, and dissertations. But many records still remain restricted, uncatalogued, untranslated, perhaps too fragile to touch, or too explosive to explain. What's in those pages? Some historians suspect they contain details that would dramatically revise how we understand church history, not just in terms of cruelty, but in terms of complexity. For example, Galileo. We all know the broad strokes. The brilliant astronomer declares that the Earth revolves around the sun. The church isn't thrilled. He gets put on trial, forced to recant, and lives out his final years under house arrest. But the Vatican's full records of that trial, long kept under wraps. When finally released, they showed a more nuanced picture. Galileo wasn't just punished for science. He was punished for style, for mocking church officials in his writings, and for publicly defending ideas That church authorities weren't ready to debate. Was it still unjust? Absolutely. But the story is more tangled than most of us learned in school. And that's the pattern. The closer we get to the original documents, the letters, the marginal notes, the personal correspondence, the more complicated history becomes. Heroes aren't always pure. Villains aren't always cartoonishly evil. And institutions like the church, they shift, bend, react sometimes with grace, sometimes with fear. So imagine what else lies in those unopened files. Stories of early female clergy, later written out of the hierarchy. Scribes who doubted doctrine, but kept their notes to themselves. Quiet revolutions, hidden between the lines of a papal brief. Or accounts of miracles, events the church couldn't explain, so they were quietly buried, never canonized. Imagine a medieval account of a person healed in a way that defies science. Or a description of a vision seen by multiple people, at once vivid, consistent, and never recorded beyond a single page. And then there are the disappearances. Throughout history, certain people, mystics, reformers, alchemists, have simply vanished from the church's records. Their writings were burned, their names erased. Sometimes they were excommunicated, sometimes just forgotten. One famous example, Giordano Bruno, a Dominican friar turned philosopher. Bruno believed the universe was infinite, that stars were other suns, and that alien worlds might harbor life. He also believed in reincarnation and a kind of divine unity that blurred the lines between science, religion, and magic. The church burned him alive in 1600, his records redacted for centuries. Even now, parts of his trial remain inaccessible, and maybe that's the real theme here. The Inquisition wasn't just about punishing people, it was about curating reality. It was the ultimate editor's room, deciding what ideas got published and which ones were deleted from history altogether. But what if some of those deleted ideas were important? Not just spiritually, but scientifically. Consider this, the Church's Index of Forbidden Books, maintained from 1559 to 1966, banned hundreds of titles, philosophy, science, satire, even fiction. Descartes, Kant, Voltaire, Pascal, and Darwin all made the list. Even Copernicus's De Revolutionibus, the very book that sparked modern astronomy, was restricted for over 200 years. Not because it was inaccurate, but because it arrived too soon, too fast for an institution struggling to hold its center as the world changed around it. And that tension, that pull between tradition and truth, still echoes. It's why the archives remain so guarded, because ideas are dangerous. They don't just change minds, they change stories. And stories are how civilizations remember themselves. So you walk through this idea like you'd walk through a dim corridor, touching the stones, reading the plaques, listening for echoes. The Inquisition isn't just a tale of punishment. It's a tale of memory and how fragile memory can be when power holds the pen. But here's the twist. Even when stories are buried, they have a way of resurfacing. A hidden gospel, a lost diary, a footnote in the margin of a forbidden book. Because paper can burn, but whispers don't. They pass from one generation to the next. From scholar to student. From story to legend to fact again. And in that way, the truth is never fully lost. Only waiting for someone to turn the page. You sit with that thought, truth just waiting beneath the ash of burned books, behind the silence of sealed archives. It's oddly comforting, isn't it? The idea that history, no matter how buried, has a pulse. That no matter how tightly a door is locked, a whisper can still slip through the cracks. And sometimes, it's not what's written that speaks loudest. It's what's been erased. Which brings us to one of the strangest and most contested subjects in Vatican lore, the Book of Enoch. Now, if you haven't heard of this one, don't feel bad. It's been missing from the mainstream canon for nearly 2,000 years. The Book of Enoch is an ancient Jewish text, older than the Gospels, older than many books in the Old Testament, that tells a story that sounds more like science fiction than scripture. And yet it was once highly respected. Early church fathers like Tertullian and Clement of Alexandria cited it often. Even the Book of Jude in the New Testament quotes directly from it. So what happened? Why was it cast out? Let's start with what it says. Enoch, the great-grandfather of Noah, is a fairly minor figure in the Bible, mentioned only briefly. But in this book, he's center stage. Not only does he walk with God, he's taken up into heaven and shown the machinery of the cosmos. He's given a tour of the stars, the wind chambers, and the ends of the earth. He witnesses the great flood before it happens. He's shown the judgment of souls and the eternal consequences of earthly deeds. But the most controversial part, the Watchers. In Enoch's story, a group of rebellious angels descends to earth. They fall not because of pride, but because of lust. They take human women as wives, and from that union are born the Nephilim giants, violent and unnatural. These hybrids disrupt the world, consume everything, and even turn on humans. Chaos spreads. So God sends the flood to cleanse the earth of their corruption. Sound familiar? It should. Fragments of this story appear in Genesis, but they're vague, just a few cryptic verses about the sons of God and the giants in those days. Enoch fills in the blanks with poetic, terrifying detail. And perhaps that's why it vanished. Because Enoch's tale doesn't portray the cosmos as a tidy moral order. It suggests a world full of chaos, rebellion, and celestial beings who act more like mythic demigods than the angels we're used to haloed, polite harp playing. It introduces a divine chain of command that breaks. A creation that doesn't follow the rules. A God who at times appears reactive, cleaning up cosmic messes rather than calmly orchestrating all things from a distance. Not exactly a Sunday school message. The early church, keen to unify doctrine, standardize belief, and establish the Bible as the singular Word of God, may have seen Enoch as too volatile, too Gnostic, too much. So it was quietly pushed aside, but not erased completely. For centuries, the book was preserved in Ethiopia in the sacred texts of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, one of the few Christian traditions to still accept Enoch as canon. There, it was copied, recited, revered. And in 1773, a Scottish explorer named James Bruce brought 3 copies of the manuscript back to Europe, sparking renewed interest. Today, scholars view the Book of Enoch as a vital piece of apocalyptic literature, a window into the religious imagination of the Second Temple period, when Judaism was wrestling with empire exile and cosmic justice. But others see something more. Because buried within Enoch's elaborate visions are ideas that don't feel like poetry, they feel like prophecy. He describes stars moving not by the will of God, but by precise mechanical paths. He talks of 7 mountains burning with fire volcanoes and windows in the sky that open and close, releasing seasons. And then there's the Watchers, those angels who came down to earth and taught mankind forbidden knowledge, metallurgy, weaponry, astrology, the use of roots and herbs. To some, this reads like a metaphor for early human advancement. To others, it sounds like something far stranger. A few theorists fringe yes, but persistent believe the Book of Enoch may preserve a distorted memory of an ancient cataclysm, a pre-flood civilization, a time when humanity was visited by something otherworldly. Call them fallen angels, call them advanced beings. The name doesn't matter. The idea is that ancient knowledge was introduced too soon, too fast. And the result? Collapse. And what if the Vatican agrees? Whispers suggest that older, longer versions of the Book of Enoch may be housed within the Vatican archives, containing details never released publicly. More precise visions, different names, perhaps even maps or timelines. Maybe an earlier draft, if you will, before it was edited for broader consumption. Is there evidence? No. But remember, lack of evidence doesn't always mean absence. It sometimes means protection. Because here's the thing. If Enoch's visions were ever considered literal by church officials, if anyone inside those stone walls believed even briefly that Earth had been tampered with in ancient times, it would complicate the entire biblical timeline. Where do the Nephilim fit into salvation history? Why would God allow divine beings to interfere with humans? Is sin the result of human failure or something? Introduced. These are theological landmines. It's far cleaner to relegate Enoch to the Apocrypha pile. Let it collect dust. Or better yet, let it disappear. But it hasn't. It's still here, whispering, in ancient scrolls, in Jude's brief quotation, in the dreams of prophets who see more than they can explain. And maybe that's what makes it so powerful. Because while the Book of Enoch is far from accepted doctrine, it has survived just like Rupkund, like the Nazca Lines, like all the strange echoes of the past that refuse to be quiet. It speaks of angels, not as choirs, but as rebels, of God not as a puppeteer, but as a protector, of Earth, not as a static world, but a battlefield of forces we can barely comprehend. It tells us that something came before us, and that not everything from heaven wears wings. You sit with that as the sun fades from view, leaving only stars. The same stars Enoch once claimed to have walked among. And you wonder, what if he wasn't dreaming? What if he was remembering? The stars overhead don't twinkle like you expect them to. They burn, cold and steady, like ancient eyes that have seen too much and judged none of it. You stare upward a little longer than you meant to, wondering, not for the first time, what it is we used to know that we no longer remember. And if the Book of Enoch was one whisper of that forgotten wisdom, maybe the Vatican is sitting on entire conversations. So, you descend again, not into the archives this time, but into something even more slippery, Vatican science. Yes, that's a real thing. Contrary to popular belief, the Church has long been involved in scientific inquiry. In fact, it once led it. Monks preserved texts through the Dark Ages. Jesuits developed star charts, Gregorian calendars, algebraic calculations, anatomical studies. All these things passed through the cloisters before reaching the universities. And then there's the Vatican Observatory, tucked away in Castel Gandolfo, a papal summer residence outside Rome. This observatory is one of the oldest astronomical institutions in the world. Its mission: to study the heavens not just spiritually, but physically. Its telescopes have scanned the stars for centuries. Its astronomers, many of them Jesuit priests, have published scholarly work on everything from meteorites to distant galaxies. So far, so ordinary. A church peering through a telescope. But then in 2009, something strange happened. Father José Gabriel Funes, director of the Vatican Observatory, at the time gave an interview that made headlines across the world. He said quite calmly that belief in extraterrestrial life does not contradict Catholic doctrine. In fact, he said alien life might be part of God's creation, a wider family of intelligent beings, brothers and sisters in the universe shaped by the same divine hands. The church, it turns out, is open to the idea that we're not alone. Funes wasn't speaking off the cuff. He had theological backing. The reasoning went like this: God's creation is vast, perhaps infinite. To limit it to Earth alone would be to limit God's majesty. And if other intelligent beings exist, they too are part of that creation capable of morality, even of redemption. Cue the collective gasp, not because it's impossible to imagine aliens, but because it's so unexpected to hear the Vatican say it out loud, especially considering the centuries of tension between science and religion. But maybe that tension is a myth too, or at least outdated. Because while the church has fumbled its share of discoveries, Galileo's telescope probably still has a grudge. Its current posture is surprisingly open. And perhaps nowhere is that openness more tantalizing than in the overlap between astronomy and theology. Think about it. The Vatican is one of the few institutions that takes both angels and asteroids seriously. It's built on a belief in unseen realms, beings of higher intelligence, sacred messages delivered from above, all things that, depending on your lens, could sound like religion or like science fiction. So what happens when the two start to blur? Let's rewind to another strange Vatican moment, this time in 2014 when Guy Consolmagno, another Jesuit astronomer and the eventual head of the Vatican Observatory, gave a public lecture asking a rather cheeky question. Would you baptize an alien? He smiled, of course, but his answer was serious. He said, only if they ask. And that reply, half joke, half theological mic drop, tells you everything about where this conversation is going, because it's not really about little green men. It's about the readiness to expand our definitions. What counts as life, as soul, as sacred? And what do we do if we find ourselves suddenly not at the center of the universe, but on its outskirts? If contact with intelligent alien life ever occurred, it wouldn't just change science. It would shake the foundations of every world religion, including Christianity. But the church, at least in theory, is ready for that. Because long ago, it stopped believing the earth was the center of everything. And perhaps it also stopped believing that humans were the only players in the divine drama. Which brings us to an even stranger possibility. What if contact has already happened? And what if the church knows? Yes, we're venturing into speculation again, but let's entertain it just for a moment. There are theories whispered around internet campfires and in dusty corner bookstores that suggest the Vatican has access to knowledge of pre-modern contact with non-human intelligences. That somewhere in the deepest vaults of the secret archives, there are records of phenomena witnessed by monks, nuns, and popes. Lights in the sky, visitations messages not quite human. Think medieval accounts of angels descending in wheels of fire, or strangers from the stars delivering wisdom in tongues unknown. Writings that may have been interpreted through the religious language of the time, but which re-examined sound suspiciously like UFO sightings. We know, for instance, that the church has detailed records of miraculous events spanning centuries. Some are clear cases of fervent belief. Others, less easy to explain. One 16th century account from southern Italy describes spheres of light that hovered over a convent and responded to the prayers of the nuns. Another report written by a German bishop in the 13th century describes metallic birds that moved without wings and fell from heaven but made no sound when they hit the earth. These could be fables, exaggerations, translation errors, or they could be fragments of something more. And maybe, just maybe, those fragments were quietly set aside, filed under too complex, placed in a drawer marked faith only. Because what happens if we learn we are not alone and have never been alone? What happens to doctrine? What happens to dogma? Well, according to the Vatican's own spokesman, nothing needs to break, because a God big enough to create humanity could certainly create others, because a church based on mystery can survive one more, and because perhaps the faith that built cathedrals, buried bones, and survived empires knows better than anyone else that truth always arrives quietly, like a comet in the dark. So you look up one last time. The stars are still there, ancient, patient, silent, and maybe one of them is watching back, not with menace, but with memory, and a question we've yet to ask properly. Are you ready? You're still looking at the stars when the question hits you like cold air through a cracked chapel window. What would the Vatican actually do if contact happened? Not a grainy video, not a rumor, but real, undeniable, world-stopping contact. Imagine it. A ship lands, or hovers, or transmits a message in perfect, terrifying clarity. The president of a country goes on television and confirms it. Scientists confirm it. And suddenly every belief system on Earth is on trial. Now, most institutions would panic. But the Vatican, it might not flinch. Because it's been preparing quietly, subtly, cautiously for a moment like this. At least that's what some insiders claim. Let's take a detour into doctrine. Catholic theology holds that all rational beings, wherever they exist, were created by God. That they possess souls. That they may be fallen or unfallen. That salvation may have come to them in a form suited to their world. Or that, brace yourself, it might be our job to bring that message to them. Yes, missionary work. In space. It sounds absurd until you realize how calmly church officials have discussed this. Guy Consolmagno, the same Jesuit astronomer who joked about baptizing aliens, once published an essay titled, "Would You Baptize an Extraterrestrial, Not in Jest?" As a thought experiment. He pointed out that Catholicism has a long tradition of integrating new understanding without abandoning its foundations. After all, it survived heliocentrism, evolution, even quantum physics. Would it really fall apart at the first sign of extraterrestrial life? Apparently not. In fact, the Vatican has even hosted conferences on astrobiology, one in 2009, another in 2014. These weren't fringe gatherings. They included leading scientists, philosophers, and theologians. The goal to explore the implications of discovering alien life and to ask in a serious way, what would that mean for the soul? Their conclusion, if there are intelligent beings elsewhere, they too are part of God's plan. Perhaps they never fell. Perhaps they live in harmony. Or perhaps, like us, they struggle. Either way, they would be kin. Theologically, it's elegant, comforting, but politically, culturally, existentially, it would be a storm. Because the moment we confirm we are not alone, everything changes. Suddenly, all those questions we've kept tidy. Where we come from, what makes us unique, what stories we tell ourselves to explain, suffering get tossed into the vacuum of space. And this is where the Vatican of all institutions becomes strangely relevant, because it has centuries of experience managing existential threats. It's survived plagues, reformations, revolutions, and modernity itself. It knows how to weather belief in crisis, how to adapt without appearing to bend. It even knows how to apologize slowly, carefully, and centuries after the fact. But let's take this further. What if contact doesn't just happen in the future? What if it already happened in the past? That's where the real conspiracies begin to blossom. And once again, they point back to the Vatican. According to fringe theorists and a few whistleblower-adjacent types, the Church may have already been aware of non-human intelligence for centuries. Some suggest that contact was made during the Roman Empire, that early Christian mystics or desert monks encountered beings they interpreted as angels, that celestial visitors were mistaken for messengers of God or deliberately described that way to avoid panic. Others claim that the Vatican gained knowledge during the Renaissance, perhaps through secret writings recovered during the Crusades or documents looted from ancient libraries. Babylonian, Egyptian, Mayan, containing strange astronomical diagrams, stories of sky gods, and blueprints not written in any known language. There's even a theory, wild, fascinating, completely unproven, that the Church participated in secret briefings during the 20th century when governments around the world began encountering unexplained aerial phenomena. That certain popes were told, that discussions were held, that a theological plan was quietly drafted, contingency for contact. Again, we can't prove this, but we can prove how often the Church has been involved in the categorization of mystery, miracles, apparitions, visions. All are subject to deep investigation by the Vatican before they are ever acknowledged. The Church is cautious, conservative. It does not endorse quickly. It observes. It records. So if something truly other had ever appeared, would they say anything? Or would they do what they've always done? Protect the flock, control the narrative, wait for the right moment. You think about this as the stars pulse overhead, so steady, so unblinking, and then your mind drifts strangely back to the Book of Enoch. The Watchers, beings who came down, taught forbidden knowledge, and disrupted the natural order. What if that story wasn't about angels at all? What if it was about visitors? What if the flood, the Tower of Babel, even the plagues were part of something far older, some cosmic cleanup? And what if the Vatican knows? Let's slow down. None of this is proven. Much of it is speculation. But the persistence of these questions tells you something important. We're searching for meaning, for truth, for a sense that the mysteries still mean something. And the Vatican, more than any other institution on earth, has always stood at the intersection of mystery and authority. It has the tools to guard knowledge and the silence to keep it. But maybe, just maybe, that's changing. In recent years, the Vatican has shown unusual transparency. Archives once sealed are being opened. Apologies are being made. Documents are being digitized. And a new generation of priests, scholars, and astronomers are asking bolder questions than ever before. Questions like, what do we owe the truth? What if the divine includes the alien? What happens when revelation comes from the stars, not from Scripture? It's not just science fiction anymore. It's theology's next frontier. And maybe the Vatican, beneath all its marble and mystery, is quietly preparing, dusting off old scrolls, reviewing ancient accounts, calibrating telescopes not just to study the heavens, but to anticipate a voice calling back. Because in the end, this isn't about saucers or green skin. It's about perspective. The moment we realize we're not alone is the moment we have to decide, who are we really and who are we becoming? So you sit back under that endless sky, and in the silence between stars, you hear the oldest question of all. Not are we alone, but are we ready to not be? You lie back in the dust, now arms spread wide, the stars draped above you like a heavy blanket you didn't know you needed. You're still in Vatican territory mentally at least, but your thoughts have stretched well beyond the dome of St. Peter's. At this point, they've slipped past the stratosphere right into the folds of something cosmic, something old, and yet you can't help but wonder if the Church is indeed preparing for contact, for disclosure, for a sudden shift in the very fabric of belief. What's everyone else doing? Turns out not nearly enough. Let's shift focus for a moment from dusty archives and whispered prophecies to the modern world's clumsy attempt at handling the unknown. Because here's the thing. While governments stumble through classified briefings and military pilots try to explain why a tic-tac-shaped object just outran their fighter jet, the Vatican has had millennia to consider the unexplainable. Miracles, apparitions, voices from nowhere. These aren't alien concepts. To the Church, they're woven into the fabric of its history. And maybe that's why the idea of non-human intelligence doesn't seem to rattle them the way it rattles science, because the Vatican has a built-in operating system for mystery. It's called faith. Let's zoom in for a moment on one of the most peculiar modern intersections between the Church and the unexplained Fatima. Portugal, 1917. 3 children, Lucia Jacinta and Francisco, claimed to see a woman brighter than the sun appear in a field. Over the next several months, they report multiple apparitions. The woman, who they later identify as the Virgin Mary, gives them messages, warnings, prophecies, and then comes the miracle of the sun. On October 13th, tens of thousands of people gather in the field. Skeptics, journalists, locals, and they all see something. The sun, according to numerous witnesses, spins in the sky, zigzags, dances, changes color, plunges toward the earth. It lasts 10 minutes. Now let's be clear, there's no astronomical record of anything unusual that day. No solar flares, no anomalies. But thousands of people saw something shared, something real enough to drop people to their knees in prayer and panic. The Vatican investigated. Eventually, it confirmed the events as worthy of belief. A shrine was built. Pilgrims still come. But what about those messages? The children claimed that the woman gave them 3 secrets. 2 were revealed early on predictions of World War II and the rise of communism. The third, now that's where it gets murky. The third secret of Fatima was supposedly written down by Lucia in 1944, sealed in an envelope, and handed over to the Vatican with instructions that it be revealed in 1960, or after her death, whichever came first. 1960 came and went. No secret. Decades passed. Theories brewed. Some said it predicted the assassination of a pope. Others claimed it warned of global catastrophe of apostasy at the highest levels of the Church of Events, so terrifying they had to be hidden for the good of humanity. Finally, in 2000, the Vatican released what it claimed was the full third secret. It described a vision symbolic and obscure of a bishop in white walking through a ruined city, stepping over bodies before being killed by soldiers. It was interpreted as referring to the 1981 assassination attempt on Pope John Paul II, neatly packaged, vaguely satisfying. But many weren't convinced. The released version lacked any specific words from the Virgin Mary. It felt abstract, sanitized, and there were credible claims from those who had seen the original envelope that the full message contained more, much more. Cardinal Ratzinger, who later became Pope Benedict XVI, even hinted at this. In a 1984 interview, he suggested the third secret dealt with the dangers threatening the faith and the life of the Christian, that it involved novelties within the Church, language that sounded a lot like theological upheaval. So what's the connection? Some believe the third secret wasn't just about spiritual decay. It was about contact, about a future moment when humanity would face something so vast, so outside our understanding, that the very foundation of religious belief would tremble. And that the Church, knowing this, chose to release only the symbolic elements. The ruins, the bishop, the vague suffering, because the rest, that was too real, too raw, too revealing. Now, this is speculation. Let's not pretend otherwise, but ask yourself, why keep a message secret for decades, only to reveal a vision that could have been released at any time? What if there was more? What if the Virgin's message wasn't just a warning about wars and bloodshed, but about truth, about what's coming, about what's already here? That brings us back to the role of the Church, not just as an interpreter of mystery, but as a manager of it. For centuries, the Vatican has played a delicate balancing act, affirming the miraculous, but only after rigorous scrutiny, encouraging belief, but only on its own terms. If contact with non-human intelligence ever moved from rumor to fact, the Church's role would shift overnight from gatekeeper to translator. And maybe that's why they've prepared for it. Not because they want to be first, but because they're expected to be last. The last to panic, the last to speculate, the last to admit the world has changed. But when they do speak, people will listen, and maybe that's what they're waiting for the rest of the world to catch up. Because from their point of view, it's not about aliens, it's about creation. It's about a God who might be bigger than the planet we call home. A God who might have sculpted stars as carefully as he sculpted soil, and a cosmos that has never been silent, only waiting for us to hear. So you stare at the sky again, same stars, same constellations, but they don't feel the same anymore. You think about Fatima, about the Book of Enoch, about Jesuit astronomers calculating the orbits of planets while contemplating the nature of angels. You think about vaults that haven't been opened, about messages never read, about visitors we may not have recognized when they came the first time. And you realize something. The Vatican doesn't need to believe in aliens. It just needs to be ready for what belief will do to everyone else. And in its silence, it's already done the most powerful thing it could. It's left the door open. You leave the sky behind, reluctantly stepping back into the old corridors of memory, myth, and marble. The Vatican fades like a dream that might have actually happened, and you're back on solid ground. But nothing feels quite solid anymore. Because if everything we've explored is true, or even half true, then the greatest mystery of all might not be what's hidden in a vault or buried beneath centuries of dust. It might be the sheer, stubborn fact that the Church is still standing, still lighting candles, still turning pages, still speaking in Latin to a world that barely listens, and yet still watching, still waiting. But maybe that's the thing. Maybe the Vatican has always known that answers don't matter nearly as much as endurance. That when the rest of the world spins into chaos, technology, revelation, disclosure, apocalypse, it helps to have a place that insists on robes and rituals even when the stars are changing. So where does that leave us? At the end of this long journey through forgotten bones, sacred maps, celestial speculation, and forbidden gospels, what have we really uncovered? Let's piece it together. We started with the lost army of Cambyses, a force of 50,000 men that vanished into the Egyptian desert, leaving behind no trace, just sand silence and a headache for historians. An ancient warning, even power can be swallowed whole. Then we wandered up to Rupkund Lake, where hundreds of bodies lay frozen beneath Himalayan ice gathered across centuries, from places as far-flung as India and the Mediterranean. Death by hail, by devotion, we're still not sure. But the lake doesn't care. It keeps its story in whispers. Then we spiraled into the Nazca Desert, where massive geoglyphs, monkeys, spiders, hummingbirds cover the land like a forgotten manuscript. Visible only from the sky, made without flight, made without haste, still unexplained. And after that, the Vatican, the Holy See, the sanctum of sanctums, where archives stretch for miles, where secrets gather like dust on sealed envelopes, where silence is both a strategy and a virtue. We found gospels that never made it into the Bible. Stories that told of Mary Magdalene not as a sinner, but as a sage. Books like Enoch that spoke of giants, fallen angels, and stars that walked. And prophecies Fatima, the apocalypse of Peter, the whispers of Malachi that warn not of fire and brimstone, but of knowledge that comes too soon. And all along the way, a strange pattern emerges, a thread of containment, not suppression for cruelty's sake, but for cautions, for control. The Vatican doesn't try to erase mystery. It tries to hold it steady, as if saying, "You're not ready yet. Not for this, not for all of it." But the world is changing, faster than ever. Governments now acknowledge unidentified aerial phenomena. Scientists publish papers on interstellar visitors. Astronomers listen for technosignatures in the sky. And people, ordinary people, feel that we are on the cusp of something. Some reckoning, some shift. And the church, it hasn't laughed. It hasn't scolded. It hasn't run. It's just watching. Like it has for 2 millennia, because it's seen this before. It saw Rome fall. It saw Europe burn. It saw Newton and Darwin and Galileo rise. It saw kings become presidents and prophets become YouTube thumbnails. And through all of it, it lit candles, sang hymns, kept records, maybe not for us, maybe for someone else. That's what haunts you, isn't it? The idea that the Vatican might not be guarding secrets from humanity, but guarding secrets for humanity, waiting until we stop asking for spectacle and start asking for meaning, waiting for us to stop trying to prove whether something happened and start wondering why it happened. Because that's the real question in the end, not whether angels visited, or whether the stars hold life, or whether the bones beneath St. Peter's Basilica really belong to the first pope. The real question is, what do we do with these stories? Do we fear them? Do we hide them? Do we pass them on? Or do we, like the Vatican itself, build cathedrals from them? Maybe that's what belief really is, not answers, but architecture. A framework to keep the wind out while we sit inside and think. So, as we near the end of this journey, you find yourself returning to where you began. The desert, the lake, the spider in the sand, and that door deep within the archives, still unopened. And you realize the mystery was never meant to be solved, only understood, not with logic, but with reverence, because some truths are too big for conclusions. Some stories were never meant to be finished, just told again and again, until we're ready to listen without trying to explain, until we're willing to wonder without needing to know, until we stop demanding evidence and start remembering awe. You close your eyes, and in the quiet that follows, the Vatican sleeps beneath marble. The army still marches through the sand. The bones beneath Rupkund shiver in their icy bed. And somewhere in the sky, you can't yet name a signal waits to be received. Not a warning, not a threat, just a whisper from the stars. Are you awake yet? The final corridor. The last chamber in a cathedral, built not of stone, but of questions. You've followed footprints through deserts and snowdrifts. You've read words buried beneath millennia of silence. You've wandered down underground vaults that echo with secrets older than memory. And the whole time, something's been tugging at your sleeve. Not an answer, a feeling that we've only ever glimpsed the surface of something vast. Because let's face it, history is not neat. It is not linear. It is not the tidy parade of dates and names you memorized in school. It is more like an attic, dark, cluttered, filled with trunks no one dares open, and corners where the dust itself tells stories. And the Vatican, it is the keeper of that attic. Some see it as a fortress, others as a prison. Some call it a relic, others a sanctuary. But what it really is, what it has always been, is a vault. Not of gold, but of memory. And like any good vault, it has keys. Some are made of ink and parchment, others of silence, and some we may never hold. But let's not end this with locked doors. Let's talk about what the Vatican has taught us, not with its proclamations, but with its shadows. Because in every mystery we've explored, there's been a common thread, a rhythm, a heartbeat. Call it sacred, call it strange, call it the weight of the unsaid. The Vatican doesn't just preserve facts, it preserves friction. That gentle, dangerous tension between what we believe and what we know. Between the light of faith and the darkness of doubt. Between the question and the confession. You see, faith isn't the absence of mystery, it's the reverence for it. And nowhere is that clearer than in the way the Church keeps time, slowly, patiently, with the kind of endurance only an institution built to outlast empires could master. When everyone else chases novelty, the Vatican sits with the old. When the world races to upload, broadcast, and archive, every second the Church continues to copy manuscripts by hand, to chant in Latin, to catalog bones and relics, not for display, but for continuity. And maybe that's the final mystery here. Not what the Vatican is hiding, but what it's protecting. Not from us, but for us. Because for all our technology, for all our progress, we remain creatures of story. We need roots myths, questions too large for Google. We need places where the candle still matters more than the spotlight, where doubt is sacred, where silence is respected. And maybe, just maybe, we need someone to keep the mysteries safe while we run around trying to explain everything. Because sometimes when we finally stop explaining, we begin to understand. That's the gift the Vatican offers, not clarity, but perspective. And maybe that's what those bones beneath St. Peter's Basilica are really whispering. Maybe that's what the sealed Gospels, the forbidden books, and the whispered prophecies are all saying in unison. Take your time. The answers aren't going anywhere. You just might not be ready for them yet. And that's okay. In the meantime, light a candle. Listen for the echo of footsteps in old stone halls. Read the Gospel of Silence. And when you look up at the stars, don't demand an explanation. Just say thank you. Because whether it's a watcher falling from heaven, a monk scribbling in the dark, or a dusty envelope labeled Strictissime Secreta, the same truth holds. We are not alone. We never were. And that is the most ancient mystery of all. So go ahead. Let the questions linger. Let the stories spiral like Nazca Lines in the sand. Let the archives remain unopened for now. Because the Church is still standing. The vaults are still full. And the story isn't finished. It's only just beginning. So now, as the candles flicker low and your breath slows, let's return to where we began. A vanished army lost in the sands, a lake of bones silent in the snow, a desert spider stretching beneath the sun, and deep beneath marble and myth, a vault of memory where the past is kept like wine, aging in the dark, unopened but never forgotten. This journey wasn't meant to explain every mystery. It was meant to walk beside them, to trace their outlines, to let the silence speak a little louder than usual. Because sometimes the most sacred thing we can do is not know, to hold the question with care like something fragile, to resist the urge to solve and instead Simply sit with wonder. The Vatican has done this for centuries. It has guarded mysteries, not to hoard them, but to preserve them. It has spoken slowly, sometimes too slowly, but perhaps because it knows something we often forget. Not everything sacred belongs in the spotlight. Some truths are best whispered. Some questions are meant to linger, not land. So, as you drift now, eyes heavy, heartbeat soft, let the echoes fade gently. Let the mysteries go quiet. Let the stories sink deep into that quiet corner of your mind where wonder lives. And tomorrow, when the world pulls you back to the ordinary, remember somewhere beneath the stone, a secret still waits, a candle still burns, and the stars are still watching.